It being Wednesday, we will now have the singing of the national anthem, led by the honourable member for Esquimalt Wandafuka.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be opened. Order. Statements by members. Déclaration.
Statements by members.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, Kootenay, Columbia is one of the most fantastic areas on earth, with majestic mountain ranges, picturesque lakes, lush valleys, natural hot springs, and a charming historic community. Environmental protection is our priority. Living in the mountains at the source of the mighty Columbia River, we appreciate the pristine water and air. We note that Canada's new government has replaced environmental talk with real environmental action through a chemicals management plan to regulate potentially harmful substances. Canada's first ever Clean Air Act, tackling greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution. A biofuels plan, $2 billion in 3 new eco-energy initiatives, exempting donations of ecologically sensitive land from capital gains tax. While other parties offer Canadians more empty platitudes, Canada's new government is taking real action to clean up our air, land, and water. Kootenay residents have struck a healthy balance between work and play, respecting our spectacular natural environment.
Honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my sorrow and condemnation of the brutal, unprovoked murder of Turkish-Armenian journalist Mr. Haran Dinkt on January 19, 2007 in Istanbul, Turkey. I wish to extend my sympathies to the family of Mr. Dinkt and to the Armenian community throughout the world. My thoughts and prayers are with you. Mr. Dinkt was an international respected journalist, intellectual, and a prominent Armenian voice in Turkey. He believed there could be understanding, dialogue, and peace amongst people. During his distinguished career, Mr. Dinkt was an outspoken against the state, advocating the opinion that Turkey committed genocide between 1915 and 1917, when it forced a mass evacuation from the Ottoman Empire and related deaths of 1.5 million Armenians. He became the 1.5 million and one victim. Mr. Dinkt's life's work will no doubt serve as an inspiration to other writers around the world who use the power of the pen as a weapon against brutality. I also add my voice to the thousands the funeral stated. I'm Haran Dinkt,
Honourable Deputy.
The honourable member for Argenteuil, Papineau, Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to salute Mr. Jean-Yves Guidon, a watercolor artist in my riding, at the first gala called Academia 21 of the Quebec International Academy of Fine Arts on November 4th last in Montreal. Mr. Guindon, a well-known artist from La Petite Région region, was awarded the Silver Athena in the professional class for his watercolor entitled L'Entrée du Village. Many well-known artists live in my area and practice their art there. Our communities have developed an environment that fosters multidisciplined artistic development internationally as well as nationally and regionally. We congratulate Mr. Guidon for the recognition that he has achieved from his peers as well as what he established.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to honor the life of Janet Rabinovich, who passed away on January the 26th. A respected community leader and advocate for the marginalized in Victoria, Janet understood that transformative change was needed to address homelessness, drug addiction, and prostitution. She believed that for people to live with dignity and pride, we must first empower the voiceless. Janet brought together women fleeing violence and with them built Sandy Merriman House. She also co-founded Peers, an organization that works to prevent marginalized women from disappearing into the night as they did in Vancouver. While Janet's death is an immense loss to our community of Victoria, her life is an inspiration for those who continue to work to eradicate injustice.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity today on the first anniversary of the signing of the Afghanistan Compact to recognize all the Canadian women and men working in Afghanistan. Military, diplomats, police, including the RCMP, development and aid workers continue the noble Canadian tradition of taking an active role in bringing stability and peace to areas that have seen turmoil and upheaval. We are there with 36 other nations at the request of the democratically elected government of Afghanistan and as part of a UN-sanctioned and NATO-led mission to help build a stable, democratic, and self-sufficient society. Canada's overall objectives are being achieved on three fronts, Mr. Speaker: security, development, and governance. Our troops and all Canadians in Afghanistan deserve our support as they work to bring security and democracy to that country. I know that members of this House join me in saluting them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, I attended the 30th anniversary of the National Ethnic Press of Canada celebration, where its president, Mr. Thomas Saras, and the organization dedicated the evening in recognition of our Canadian military, recognizing them on their proud history and commending them on the excellent work that they do both within Canada and on the international front. Mr. Speaker, the National Ethnic Press is a vitally important and essential media organization, and given the diversity of our country, they play a vital role in informing Canadians from coast to coast to coast of all that is happening in our country and from all corners of the world. And that is but one of many reasons why they deserve the government's support. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Thomas Saras, his entire executive, and the National Ethnic Press for 30 successful years and wishing them many more successful years in the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Blackstrap.
Mr. Speaker, recently I completed my 6th annual winter tour of my constituency. Over a 3-week period, I met with constituents in coffee shops and town halls, during which the worst blizzard in half a century struck. Like author Wallace Stegner, who knew Saskatchewan weather well, said, "You don't get out of the wind, but learn to lean against it." Although the mail did not go through, Blackstrap constituents did, braving the cold to meet me, where they demonstrated the way they lean and telling our soldiers how much they appreciate them by signing Blackstrap's banner supporting our troops. We filled 6 banners with names and places that we will send, and these banners will go to our troops deployed in Afghanistan. Blackstrap residents are sending a message to the Canadian Armed Forces, thanking them for their commitment and for world security and democratic development. Our troops' tireless efforts are helping Afghanistan to rebuild one school at a time. Canada has reclaimed its place on the world stage.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, at the 16th International Conference on AIDS, the media's attention has been drawn to an innovative product to prevent the spread of viruses, microbicides, a type of invisible condom which is filled with a prophylactic gel and intended for women. I had the honor of meeting Dr. Michel Bergeron at the conference and again later at the University of Laval's Research Centre, where he is both founder and director, a pioneer in the area of microbicides. Today I rise to honor this researcher emeritus who received the prestigious Wilder Penfield Award in 2005, and to thank this visionary who has given women efficient and effective protection to prevent the spread of AIDS. This man has been recognized by the World Health Organization, and we say to him, bravo and thank you, Dr. Bergeron, for your passion, determination, and congratulations to all your team.
Fleetwood, Port Hills.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Statistics Canada released a report highlighting that the financial situation of new immigrants showed no improvement from 1992 to 2004. This should come as no surprise given the Liberals were in power and despite a lot of talk, they just didn't get it done. While the Liberals froze assistance to help new immigrants read and write for over 12 years and voted against increased funding, we have committed $307 million in increased settlement funding to help newcomers integrate and excel in Canada. We have cut the right of permanent resident fee in half. We have granted almost 11,000 off-campus work permits to international students. And we committed $18 million to establish an agency to address the assessment and recognition of foreign credentials. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to new Canadians, our government cares, and we show we care by delivering real results.
Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Mr. Speaker, on September 19, 1959, in the Goderich, Ontario Courthouse, Justice Ferguson sentenced Stephen Truscott to death. On that date, nearly 50 years ago, a child's innocence was stolen and a cloud settled over the Canadian justice system that remains still. I can remember as I listened live to the sentence. In the years that followed, my belief that a miscarriage of justice had occurred grew in leaps and bounds. Public concerns grew equally until finally on October 28, 2004, the Liberal Justice Minister said that there is reason to believe that a miscarriage of justice may have occurred. With this, he referred the matter to the Ontario Court of Appeal. Earlier today, on live national television, the court began the process of hearing this matter. I am optimistic that the 5 justices considering this case will see that there is indeed reason to believe that Mr. Truscott was wrongfully convicted. I wish Mr. Truscott and his family well as they enter into this process, and I look forward to a day when Stephen can wake up for the first time in half a century, an innocent man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. We have made considerable progress for some years now, and with your help we can succeed. If you leave, everything will have to be started over. This was said by somebody that I spoke to in Afghanistan last week in Kandahar. I met men and women who are courageous in the face of conflict, mothers, fathers, children who fight together to provide a safety for their families and to ensure a better future for their country. The road is a long one, Mr. Speaker, but we know that the 36 countries of the coalition that is helping to prevent a return to the Middle Ages that would be their lot if the 36 countries of the coalition were not there. I therefore congratulate and salute all of the soldiers who are there in Afghanistan at risk of their lives. They are true Canadian heroes.
Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, I bring to the attention of all my colleagues in the House of Commons of one of Canada's greatest citizens and one of our bravest heroes, Mr. Harold Elliott of Eastern Passage, Nova Scotia. Just recently, Mr. Speaker, Harold Elliott is going to receive from the Ambassador of France, France's highest honour, Légion d'honneur, for his efforts in the war of World War II. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Elliott was born in that wonderful community of Happy Adventure, Newfoundland. He now resides in Eastern Passage, Nova Scotia, where during the war he signed up as an underage recruit. He served in the Battle of Bulge, the only Canadian contingent to do so. He was severely wounded in Normandy, severely wounded in Germany, spent several years in hospital in Britain and in Montreal, and now he was a former police officer and the police chief of Sudbury, Ontario, now residing in Nova Scotia. Soon he'll be receiving this very, very great and grateful award from the people of France. To Harold Elliott and to all veterans, it is we who salute you and congratulate you on your great award. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, allow me to draw the House's attention to a Pointe Claire, Quebec company called Laboratoire Druide for its creation of sustainable jobs and for the subsequent reduced unemployment in Kabul, Afghanistan. Thanks to the financial support that it got from CEDA's Industrial Cooperation Program, the Laboratoire Druide, with its Afghan partner, has established a new plant to manufacture liquid soap. But what's more, the plant honors the biological certification and is environmentally friendly. Florence, this is the name of the cooperation, presently employs 8 men and 8 Afghan women with a potential for short-term growth. It is so important for the future of Afghanistan. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Tonight, many people will be honouring Mr. Richard Gravel, a retiring community police officer in Longueuil and resident of my riding. He's retiring after 30 years of service. For 23 years, he worked in prevention planning in schools, community, residential and commercial environments by meeting the needs of the people and providing necessary support for the citizens. Today, Longueuil, its residents, its community groups and its schools witness the departure of a friend, a confidant and a protector. Known for his professionalism, rigor and his dedication, Mr. Richard Gravel is a very nice person who has always inspired appreciation and respect amongst the people and his fellow officers. I take this opportunity to say to Officer Gravel how proud I am to represent him in the House of Commons. On behalf of the constituents of Longueuil Pierre Boucher, I wish him a very happy retirement with his family.
Honourable Member for King's Hants.
Mr. Speaker, Climate Action Now, spearheaded by Anna Maria Gallant, is a group of concerned citizens in my riding of King's Hants that is seeking to raise awareness of global warming. Cet organisme.
This group has launched a green ribbon campaign last fall to draw attention to the need to reduce greenhouse gas concentrations.
Walked and biked 100 kilometres to Halifax to present ribbons to MLAs in the provincial house and demonstrating the power of individual action when mobilized. These ribbons allow individuals to show publicly that they acknowledge climate change as an important issue. I commend the members of Climate Change Now for showing what a small group of concerned local citizens can do. They have shown that with climate change, it is important to think globally and to act locally. Their message to the government is to act nationally and to lead internationally.
The Honourable Member for Palliser.
Mr. Speaker, this week the member from Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca, boasted about his new role in setting Liberal policies, including health care, saying, quote, all the things that I've been putting together and pushing for, I'll be able to put on the table where the decisions will be made by a very small group. Members opposite need to be careful because this is the same member who in 2000 said, quote, to save our medical system, we must embrace new ideas, such as allowing a separate, parallel, private system. A member who told the province newspaper last March that, quote, the Canada Health Act is not sacred. Canadians are learning that they can't trust the new Liberal leader to show leadership on climate change or get tough on Liberal corruption. Now they should be left wondering whether the Liberals are really committed to publicly funded health care in Canada. Our government supports the Canada Health Act, and we are committed to making publicly funded health care in Canada work again. The Leader of the Opposition should be straight with Canadians. Will the Liberals set their health care policy based on the views of a member who said that the Canada Health Act is not sacred?
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'Honorable Chef.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, despite all the scientific evidence showing that global warming induced by human activity is the worst ecological threat of our time, Canada is unfortunate enough to have a Prime Minister who is a climate change denier. He even went so far as to write a fundraising letter a few years ago to raise money for his battle against Kyoto, and he wrote, Kyoto is essentially a socialist scheme to suck money out of wealth-producing nations.
Shame.
Does the Prime Minister still agree with his wrong statement? Does he still agree with himself?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government has run on and has introduced the Clean Air Act because we believe Mr. Speaker, we have to take action on the science of climate change. The only person who denies the science here today is the Leader of the Opposition, who, when asked about emissions, said this month on CTV Newsnet. But about clean air, it's certainly not true that we have one of the worst records. It's one of the cleanest air you may find in the developed world. Well, Mr. Speaker, our emissions are near the bottom of the developed world, not just on carbon dioxide, but on nitrogen oxides, sulfur oxides. The leader of the Liberal Party should stop denying the science.
Order. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
What a joke.
Well, we'll try this in French, Mr. Speaker. In 2002, the Prime Minister stated what I quoted earlier. He said that climate change science was contradictory and speculative. But what is troubling is that last December 14th, 2006, he talked about so-called greenhouse gases. So this is a very simple question. Does he agree with what he said? Does he agree with what he said in 2002 and what he said on December 14th, 2006? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this government has acted. This government accepts and accepted during the election campaign the climate change science. But in 2007, the Leader of the Opposition, explaining his plan, said that when we talk about air quality, it is false to say that we have the worst possible record. It's the opposite. Our emissions, our CO2 emissions are the worst. Our sulfur emissions, our nitrogen emissions are the worst, and the Leader of the Liberal Party should stop denying science. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Wants to have a debate about who is a real leader. A real leader say that he was wrong and say, I agree that I was wrong, I changed my mind. But the problem, he did not change his mind.
Keep going, keep going.
He's still a climate change denier. He's still thinking as he thought at that time when he wrote. This may be a lot of fun for a few scientific and environmental elites in Ottawa. It's what he was saying about the science of climate change. He's still a climate change denier. Will he admit that this new environmental facade is just an attempt to mislead the Canadian people?
Right Honourable. Order, please. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, he should rename that dog for all his various denials. Perhaps he could call the dog Clean Air, or perhaps he could call him Fiscal Imbalance, or maybe even he could even call his dog the sponsorship scandal.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Order.
That's good.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the British Prime Minister has said, that climate change can only be addressed through a robust, inclusive, and binding international treaty. But this Prime Minister wants Canada to stand alone. In 2002, he promised, and I quote, "We will oppose ratification of the Kyoto Protocol and its targets. We will work with the provinces and others to discourage the implementation of these targets, and we will rescind the targets when we have the opportunity to do so." Shameful. Now, the Prime Minister has the opportunity.
Honourable the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say to the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore that I totally agree with him when he said, "You just didn't get the job done, Mr. Speaker." Here's some other comments. The job losses from Kyoto ratification will affect all regions of Canada. Have the Ontario Liberal members of Parliament asked the government for detailed information on job losses in Ontario due to the blind ratification of Kyoto? Do you know who asked that, Mr. Speaker? The member for King's Hands.
No! Honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Order, please. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order. I know it's Wednesday, but we have to have some order in the House. There seems excessive noise today. The Honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore has the floor now to ask a supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, one of these days we will get a clear answer with a clear question. The Prime Minister organized fundraising to oppose Kyoto, and he said of the protocol, and I quote, that it was dangerous and destructive, and that he would do his utmost to prevent its implementation. I would like to ask the Prime Minister if he admits that he was wrong about Kyoto, or whether he intends to continue to mislead
L'Honorable Ministre de l'Environnement.
the Minister of the Environment.
I wonder if the member Etobicoke Lakeshore, the Deputy Leader of the party, will admit and will agree with this comment. I think our party has got into a mess on the environment. And do you know who said that, Mr. Speaker? The member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, Mr. Speaker. And I tell you, I agree with the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Here's another quote I wonder if the honourable member opposite will agree with. If Canada does ratify Kyoto, the cost would be as much as $40 billion a year. Do you know who said that, Mr. Speaker? The official spokesman, the Liberal critic for environment, the member for Ottawa South.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure that Quebec receives 60% of the share of the Boeing contracts, the government has hidden to justify its actions, but it's an accomplice. According to the research director for the procurement, Mr. Bélanger from UQAM, if 70% of the contracts don't come here, they will go west and to Ontario. Will the minister agree that in not intervening, his government has knowingly favored Ontario and the West to the detriment of Quebec, where most of the aeronautics industry will be located? Once again, Mr. Speaker, the needs of the armed forces are decided upon by the people in national defense. It's the role of the government to get the best prices for the taxpayers' dollar and spread the benefits throughout the country. And this is determined by the company that's contracted and the links with the industry, but not determined by political interference. And I can say that it will apply even if we build one of the fast-speed trains advocated by the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Boeing has two plants in Canada, one in Winnipeg, one in Richmond, BC, and its main suppliers are in Ontario. That is so true that last year, according to Mr. Bélanger, an expert, 60% of the spin-offs of all transactions between the aerospace industry and Boeing ended up in Western Canada and Ontario. So it's a clear pattern, and the Conservative government cannot ignore it. Will the Prime Minister admit that in acting as he is doing, his government is going to drop Quebec to the benefit of Ontario and Western Canada? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, I said, and I repeat here in the House today, I'm telling the members of the Bloc Québécois that it is important. Canadian businesses will benefit and Quebec businesses will benefit from these contracts. This represents more than $13 billion in industrial spin-offs, $13 billion for businesses across the country. What is the Bloc Québécois doing now? It is talking, it is asking questions, they're agitating, but the Bloc Québécois will never be able to bring these contracts to Canada. The Honourable Member from Mamangili-Lac-Amarasca-Rivière-du-Loup. 70% of all transactions undertaken by Boeing last year in Canada were concentrated in Ontario and Western Canada, and the industry knows this. The minister knew this. In allowing Boeing to do as it wishes and without setting on obligations, this is harmful to Quebec. And does the minister not admit that he's well aware of this? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, this is military procurement for our soldiers at the best possible price, procurement of material, of equipment that they need, and this government will allow Quebec businesses to benefit from economic spin-offs that will be available through high-tech transfers, which means that the aerospace industry and aeronautic industry will be world-class, and the Bloc Québécois has never managed to do that, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member from Omgili-Lake-Kabrascari-Fiadjulu. But what the minister did was to betray Quebec. How can a Quebec minister say that he's acting in the interests of Quebec when he becomes an accomplice of a strategy that harms Quebec industry, and which means that 70% of the economic spin-offs from the contract with Boeing will go to the West and to Ontario? I'd like the minister to answer this question because he's betraying Quebec. The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Bloc Québécois is speculating with data, with amounts, with contracts that are to be awarded to various businesses across Canada. What is true is that Quebec businesses are competent, the aeronautic industry in Quebec is competent, and they can compete on the world stage. If they can do that, then they can compete for the contracts that they need, and we will ensure that these contracts will represent good technology transfers that will help the industry. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth. During the Nairobi Congress or Convention on Climate Change chaired by this government, they showed no political will, and now the UN has convened a summit. This is for the Prime Minister. Will Canada take part in the September summit, yes or no? And will we be an example for the world to follow, or does the Prime Minister want to remain in his socialist plot world? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've not received an invitation, but if I were to receive such an invitation in the future, then of course Canada will take part.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are firmly committed to the Kyoto Protocol, and they want to see action. They want cleaner air to breathe, and they haven't been getting it from this government. And the government has to stop hiding behind the pathetic performance of the previous Liberal government and start explaining its own position. Now, my question to the Prime Minister, these boutique measures we've seen so far are nothing but a drop in the bucket. Why doesn't the Prime Minister start taking some action? Let's start by telling his cabinet ministers to stop the limousines from idling day in and day out around Parliament Hill.
Yeah, Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the question of the limousines, let me tell the leader of the NDP that I completely agree with his position on this. The difficulty we have, Mr. Speaker, is we have drivers who must be here and who are not allowed a room to wait in the House of Commons in cold weather. I think the House of Commons should rectify that situation.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The world scientific community is about to release a report that is unanimous about the growing climate change crisis. The Kyoto Protocol is the only global effort to deal with this crisis. But the Prime Minister has never believed in Kyoto. In fact, he has said, and I quote, "As economic policy, the Kyoto Accord is a disaster. As environment policy, it is a fraud." Was the Prime Minister misleading Canadians then, or is he misleading them now?
Honourable the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me indicate to the member opposite that those of us on this side of the House recognize that Kyoto is about a global effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions around the world and here in Canada. While we share the disappointment of many Canadians and people from around the world that the former government did not meet its obligations and accept its responsibilities, let me indicate to you, Mr. Speaker, that this government will take real action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the same time as making our air more breathable for young children with asthma in our large cities right across this country.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, he continues to avoid answering the question, notwithstanding warnings by the well-known scientist. The Prime Minister thinks he's the only one who knows the truth. All countries are trying to meet the Kyoto objectives, but the Prime Minister states that, I quote, "I don't think we should sign an agreement which would make us about the only country in the world to take some action." Would the Prime Minister not admit that he was wrong when he said that, or will he continue to mislead the population? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we were the first government in the history of Canada, to say that we are going to start regulating industries not only for greenhouse gas emissions, but also for air quality in Canada. I know that the member opposite has had some problems in his party with the efforts that they made in this area. They had an opportunity to act. They had an opportunity to make a difference for our environment, but they didn't, Mr. Speaker.
Encore, ils ne répondent pas.
Once again, they aren't answering the question. While the scientific community is asking the leaders of this planet to act to counter climate change, the Prime Minister stated, and I quote, "Kyoto is intended to remedy the so-called greenhouse gas phenomenon. There is a theory that the increase of certain types of gases contribute to long-term warming of the planet." Will the Prime Minister not agree that he was wrong in saying that, or will he continue to mislead the population? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. I will tell my colleague that it's very important for Canada to take its responsibilities not only globally but in Canada with real action to reduce greenhouse gases. For 13 long years, we saw that the previous government did absolutely nothing in that area. Canada is the first government, or this is the first government in the history of Canada to do something, to act on this file, and it's very important.
West. The world scientific community is about to release a report that is unequivocal about the growing climate change crisis. The Kyoto Protocol is the only global effort to deal with this issue. But the Prime Minister has never believed in Kyoto. In fact, he claimed, I quote, "As the effects trickle through other industries, workers and consumers everywhere in Canada will lose. There are no Canadian winners under the Kyoto Accord." Was the Prime Minister misleading Canadians then, or is he misleading them now?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that the Prime Minister always has agreed that we must take real action. That's why the Prime Minister has tabled real legislation to reduce greenhouse gases, something that the previous government never did. But while we're talking about quotes, Mr. Speaker, what about this quote? "When people see the costs of Kyoto, they are going to scream." Do you know who said that? Who? The environment critic from the Liberal Party, the member for Ottawa South.
No. Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont. Order. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Order, please. Order. Mr. Speaker, when he had to speak out on the territorial approach to fight greenhouse gases, the members of the government on the Environment Committee voted against it, and we'd like the Honourable Minister to tell us why his government is against the territorial approach. Is this not once again to protect Alberta's oil industry and Ontario's automobile industry? If that is the case, then the Minister should say so. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, this government will act to address the great concerns in greenhouse gas emissions and air quality. This is something that for 13 years the Bloc members have done nothing, and now with a Conservative government we will act. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the previous government had provided for $328 million for Quebec. Unfortunately, the stubbornness of the previous Environment Minister, the Liberal Environment Minister, quashed all of that. Will the Minister not agree that the $320 million should be made available to Quebec to fight greenhouse gases and to respect Kyoto. The Honourable Minister of the Environment, after I was appointed Minister of the Environment, I spoke with my colleague, the Environment Minister of Quebec, and I said that I was prepared to meet with the Minister to hear Quebec's needs, and I've spoken with many other colleagues in other provinces, and I am listening to their concerns. I know that the Quebec government, the Liberal government in Quebec, was very much aware of the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions because for 13 long years nothing was received from the previous Liberal government. The Honourable Member for Pointe de l'Île, Mr. Speaker, President Karzai of Afghanistan said that he was in favour of negotiations with the Taliban, and more than once he invited them to put down their weapons and to work for justice, and this was reiterated once again recently by President Karzai. Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs tell us if the Canadian government supports President Karzai's initiative? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Karzai leads a legitimate, democratically elected government. He's been reaching out to those that are encouraged towards working towards a peaceful solution in Afghanistan, those that want to follow a democratic process, those who renounce violence, and he has made some progress in that regard. Canada is going to continue to work with Afghanistan, work with the 60 other countries that are there on the ground doing incredible work on the reconstruction, on the development, and on providing the security that they need to continue to build that country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Italian Undersecretary of State for Foreign Affairs suggested an international conference on Afghanistan. This is an initiative that is supported by President Karzai. Does the Minister of Foreign Affairs intend to promote this type of conference and give it his active support? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Brussels last week, meeting with NATO foreign ministers. We've been attending every conference with respect to the situation there. We've also, Mr. Speaker, been a major part of the Afghanistan Compact, which is 1 year old today, which sets out a very clear plan for governance, for development, for the type of security that allows these initiatives to take root. So, Mr. Speaker, we are very much a part of every effort to bring about peace, security and prosperity inside Afghanistan.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Mr. Speaker, the scientific community meeting in Paris pointed out the need to act immediately to deal with climate change. But the Prime Minister believes, and I quote, this protocol will have a negative impact on the entire country. Therefore, it is important to get together a coalition to block Kyoto. Does the Prime Minister admit that he was wrong, or will he continue to mislead the people? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very clear. Scientific evidence says that we have to act as quickly as possible, Mr. Speaker. That's our opinion. In the C30 committee, we want the Liberal Party, we see that the Liberal Party is not comfortable with the idea of working hard to implement Bill C30 as quickly as possible. The Liberal Party wants to do other studies, and that's not the way to take action with such an important issue for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, they have still not answered the question. The world scientific community is about to release a report that is unanimous about the growing climate change crisis. The Kyoto Protocol is the only global effort to deal with this crisis. But the Prime Minister has never believed in Kyoto. In fact, he promised he would, and I quote, redirect federal spending aimed at fulfilling the terms of the increasingly irrelevant Kyoto Protocol. Was the Prime Minister misleading Canadians then, or is he misleading them now?
Honourable, the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd say to the member opposite, maybe she'd like to talk to some of her own caucus colleagues. Here's one caucus colleague who said, unfortunately, Kyoto is a shell game. Yeah. My friend knows well that the government has made this into a shell game, where to pay countries like Russia to buy the ability to produce greenhouse gas emissions
we will produce the same amount of greenhouse gases and say disingenuously that we have met all of our commitments. Do you know who said that? It's the member for Esquimalt Wanda Fuca, a member of the Liberal Party, Mr.
The honourable member for Churchill.
The world scientific community is about to release a report that is unequivocal about the growing climate change crisis. The Kyoto Protocol is the only global effort to deal with this crisis. But the Prime Minister has never believed in Kyoto. In fact, he has said, and I quote, "We think the deal itself is simply bogus." Was the Prime Minister misleading Canadians then, or is he misleading them now?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 13 long years of Liberal rule in this country, Mr. Speaker, I wonder how some people would define the last days of the Liberal government during the last election campaign. Let me quote another quote from a Liberal member. The Liberal Party, this is honestly true, the Liberal Party was involved in a medium-sized car crash during the recent federal election. And do you know who said that, Mr. Speaker? The Liberal environment critic, the member for Ottawa South.
The Honourable Member for Honoré Mercier. Mr. Speaker, the scientific community is meeting in Paris. They're unanimous in saying that we have to take action to deal with climate change. The Prime Minister, however, says, and I quote, that there is no benefit, environmental benefit of any color that we could derive from the Kyoto Protocol. Will the Prime Minister admit that he is wrong, that he was wrong when he said that, or will he continue to mislead the people? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Liberals lecture on the importance of climate change and the environment is almost like listening to a former Enron executive lecture on the importance of sound accounting.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we've heard, support is growing in the United Nations for the United Nations Secretary General to call an international summit to discuss climate change. Does the Prime Minister...
Order. The Honourable Member for Red Deer has the floor now to put his question. We'll have a little order, please.
Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister support the efforts to hold such a conference? And if one is convened, will he attend?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
That's leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I have read the reports. I can tell the Honourable Member for Red Deer I haven't received an invitation from the United Nations Secretary General. However, Mr. Speaker, if we did, we'd accept. There are two things we'd certainly want to convey at that conference. The first is that we all recognize this is a serious environmental problem that needs immediate action. Canada's decision to do nothing over the past decade was a mistake, and we want to do better. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, to have a truly effective international effort, we must have the participation of all major emitters, including countries like China, India, the United States, and others.
Order. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. Order.
Working families in Manitoba want clarification of remarks made by the unelected Public Works Minister, Michael Fortier. He reportedly wants to sign the contract for the new Boeing military transports, knowing full well that the deal is unfair to Manitoba. Yes. Up to $150 million is at stake for my province. Will the Prime Minister turn his back on the people who elected him, or will he make a stand for fairness and ensure these contracts are tendered without political interference?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for my NDP colleague. I'm very surprised.
Order. Order. The Minister has the floor to reply. I know he may have a question. Possibly it's a rhetorical one. We're going to have to wait and hear it. So the Minister has the floor to give his answer, and we'll hear it now.
Mr. Speaker, why the NPD is asking now for Canadian industrial benefits from our military procurements when the NPD are against our troops, against our missions, against what we're going to do for our troops in Afghanistan. I think the most important that we must know here now is this government is committed to give the best equipment possible for our troops at the best price, and that will come with a lot of Canadian industrial benefits in all this country.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Frustration, given the fact that the unelected senator isn't here in this House to answer for the government on this issue. But news reports cite a senior Conservative source claiming that Mr. Fortier was hauled out on the carpet at the Cabinet Committee meeting for his efforts to skew the C-17 contract. I want to know, Mr. Speaker, is this true? What specific steps have been taken to ensure fairness? And what assurance can the Prime Minister give ordinary Canadians that the process will be fair and that we don't have a repeat of the 1986 Mulrooney debacle?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Government
Our
Services.
military procurement, our first responsibility, our first priority with military procurement is ensuring the Canadian Armed Forces have all the tools they need to fulfill the good work that they're doing on behalf of Canadians. That's number one. Number two, any regional benefits that result from this procurement will be spread across this country in an equitable manner to ensure that all Canadian industries benefit from this across this country. But we are going to ensure, number one, first and foremost, that our troops have the resources that they need, the equipment that they need to continue doing the great work on behalf of Canadians.
Honourable member for London West.
The world scientific community is about to release a report that is unequivocal about the growing climate change crisis. The Kyoto Protocol is the only global effort to deal with this crisis. But the Prime Minister has never believed in Kyoto. In fact, he dismissed the problem saying, quote, "Carbon dioxide is a naturally occurring gas vital to the life cycles of this planet." Was the Prime Minister misleading Canadians then, or is he misleading Canadians now?
Honourable, the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of the world's leading scientists will gather in Paris to outline what will be some really significant additional scientific research, something that will only encourage us to do more, not just around the world, but also in Canada. Canada, for too long, Mr. Speaker, has not accepted our responsibility when it comes to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, Mr. Speaker. Kyoto was all about a 15-year marathon to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and when the starter's pistol went off, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party began running in the opposite direction. This government will act, and this government will deliver real results for the environment for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grace-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, once again, they're refusing to answer the question. The scientific community has said with one voice that it is absolutely essential that we take action as quickly as possible to address climate change. Our Prime Minister doesn't share this opinion, and I quote, "The Kyoto Protocol is not designed to deal with environmental issues that are urgent." Will the Prime Minister admit that he was wrong when he said this, or will he continue misleading Canadians? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said very clearly that scientific evidence points to the fact that it's time to take action. The member for Montreal said that it was very important to act as quickly as possible. As quickly as possible, that means now. It doesn't mean to wait another 10 years, and that's exactly what the Liberal Party did. They still refuse to answer, Mr. Speaker.
Evidence the world is heating up. Kyoto is the only global effort to deal with this crisis, but the Prime Minister is intent on killing Kyoto. In fact, he said, and I quote, "The transfer of wealth, jobs, and emissions to non-target countries virtually ensures that carbon dioxide emissions will increase under the Kyoto Protocol." Was the Prime Minister misleading Canadians then, or is he misleading Canadians now?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the Liberal Party has a lot to contribute to the discussion in this place on the environment. And I'm prepared to show them. Let me show them some of those contributions. Let me show you some of those contributions. Quote, I think our party has gotten into a mess on the issue of the environment. That's what the deputy leader of the Liberal Party said. We'll clean up Kazakhstan, but we won't clean up downtown Toronto. That's what the deputy leader of the Liberal Party said. You know what he also said, Mr. Speaker? He also said, we didn't get it done, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. So there's not one single answer coming from the government. The world scientific community met in Paris and they were unanimous with respect to the severity of climate change. But the government wants to play ostrich, and I quote the Prime Minister, the policy that I support is to not ratify the Kyoto Protocol and to not implement it. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that he was wrong when he said that, or will he to continue misleading Canadians? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, it's very important for Canada to assume its responsibilities to reduce greenhouse gases in Canada as quickly as possible. That means, by that, we don't mean after 10 years. This government has presented a bill to reduce greenhouse gases, not only for greenhouse gases, but for air quality, a problem that the Leader of the Opposition says Canada simply doesn't have. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Courtenay. While the negotiations between the Minister of Transport and Canadian Nationals were underway with respect to the bridge, the architecture in Quebec City has continued to be destroyed, and this just before it celebrates its 400th anniversary. Can the Minister of Transport go ahead with the Prime Minister's promise made during the last election campaign and do what is required to ensure that the Quebec Bridge is presentable for the celebrations for the Quebec's 400th anniversary? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is inviting me to do a retrospective on what was done by our party over the past year. There was the airport where there were improvements made. I would like the member to say whether or not we can go ahead. But as with respect to the Quebec Bridge file, we are looking at all options, and once we will be prepared, we will give a public answer. The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, Lemtis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2002, the airport in Montreal has had serious problems. This situation has a negative impact on the economic life of the entire region. The Minister of Transport is responsible for airport security in the region. Can he tell us what he intends to do to help to insist that NAV Canada overturn its decision and remedy this situation? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the member knows full well that NAVCAN is an organization that for the past few years does not report to the House or to the government. It is an independent organization that is working on this file, and indeed this file which was described by the member, will enable us to ensure that security, not only for people using this airport, but security for passengers as well, is in fact assured. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface. Mr. Speaker, although the world scientific community is unanimous to support the Kyoto Protocol as the only way to address climate change, the Prime Minister still doesn't understand this, and I quote, he believes that the Kyoto Protocol has done nothing to reduce pollution and will not improve air quality. He said that this is a treaty that's impossible to implement and it will never fly. Will the Prime Minister admit that he was wrong when he said this, or will he continue to mislead Canadians? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say that it's very important for Canada to assume its responsibilities, not only here in Canada, but on the world stage. We need to reduce greenhouse gases. Unfortunately, emissions have increased over the past 13 years. In fact, this government is the first government to come up with a bill to take real action in order to address climate change in industry, and along with other measures, we will accomplish what the previous government was unable to do over the past 13 years.
Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, for 8 months, the Liberal majority in the Senate has been blocking Bill S4, the bill to establish 8-year fixed terms for senators. We'd all hoped this obstructionism would end. Now there's a new Liberal leader who claims that he supports fixed term for senators. Instead, the new leader of the opposition has taken office, and Liberal obstructionism has become even worse. Yesterday, the Liberal Senate caucus voted to adjourn early in order to prevent debate beginning on Bill S4, and just within the past hour, they have again adjourned debate rather than allowing debate to begin on this bill. Will the Minister for Democratic Reform explain to Canadians the importance of Bill S4?
The Honourable, the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm puzzled by the unelected Liberal Senate's continued year-long almost filibuster and the refusal to consider the proposal to limit Senate terms to 8 years instead of the potential possible 45 years they are now. By obstructing and adjourning debate every single day, they're not just defying the will of Canadians, they're defying the will of their own leader. I don't know why the senators want to make their own leader look so weak, but I'm not surprised he just can't get it done.
Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Environment. In the Northwest Territories, all people, including Aboriginal leaders, are concerned about record low water levels and how the oil sands are affecting the waterways downstream. In 1997, the Mackenzie River Basin Master Agreement was signed. It was supposed to result in agreements between all jurisdictions in the Mackenzie watershed. In 10 years, the federal government has dropped the ball, and we have seen no real action to implement these agreements. Will the minister support slowing down oil sands development until these agreements are in place to protect Canadians?
Honourable, the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are tremendously concerned about the quality of water in this country. I'm very pleased to work with the member opposite to hear his concerns. I can tell the member opposite I did have the opportunity this morning to meet with some 15 representatives of First Nations to hear their concerns about some northern environmental issues. This government is always willing to work with members on all sides of the House and with First Nations on issues that are important to the quality of our water and the importance of our environment.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Natural Resources. The provinces have been calling for the creation of an east-west electricity grid. Such a grid would increase Canada's energy security and would be an important element in overall energy strategy for Canada, something that even the oil companies have been asking for. These calls match with the creation of a powerful cabinet subcommittee on energy security and with the minister's comments of 2006 when he said Canada's energy strategy is key to North America's economy. When will the minister make good on his promise and bring forward to Parliament a Canadian energy strategy to give Canadians a secure and clean energy future?
Honourable, the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that the provinces are looking at expanding the electricity connections across this country. I can inform the House that the Council of Energy Ministers right now is looking at this very issue, and I'm very confident we can make progress in this file. But I think even more importantly, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we put clean energy on the grid. That's why this government, in its first year, committed $2 billion to provide clean energy, to put 4,000 megawatts of clean energy on the grid after the old Liberal government, claims to be holier than thou, did nothing for 13 years. Putting on a green ribbon does not reduce greenhouse gases. It takes action.
The Honourable Member for North West.
Mr. Speaker, the world scientific community is about to release a report that is unequivocal about the growing climate change crisis. But the Prime Minister, as we all know, has never believed in Kyoto. In fact, he has said, and I quote him, "We're gearing up now for the biggest struggle our party has faced since you entrusted me with the leadership." I'm talking about the Battle of Kyoto. our campaign to block the job-killing, economy-destroying Kyoto Accord. Disgraceful. Was the Prime Minister misleading Canadians then, or is he misleading them now?
Honourable the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We believe that reducing greenhouse gas emissions is tremendously important. That's why we intend to act, where the previous government didn't act. They had their chance to act. They failed. For 10 years, they sat on their hands, did more studies, had more conferences, and achieved nothing, Mr. Speaker. This government will act. This government will succeed where the previous Liberal government failed, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, the failed record of the former Liberal government as it relates to Aboriginal affairs and Northern development is well known to all Canadians. That fact has been made clear over and over. We're now 1 month into 2007. Can the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development inform the House what has been done to increase employment and economic development for First Nations and for Canadians in the North?
Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and
Speaker, I'd like to
Development.
thank the honourable member for his excellent and hard work on the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. Since January, a number of announcements have been made that specifically improve the lives of Aboriginal Canadians. $2.5 million in Dryden in Northern Ontario, $18 million to upgrade power infrastructure in Kenora, in the Primrose Lake communities to support the Métis communities, a $15 million economic development fund, and also in the Yukon, $10 million to support the construction of sewage and other road infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. This government, in respect of Aboriginal Canadians, continues to get things done.
Order. It being 3:07 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at report stage of Bill C-26. Convoquez les députés.
Calling the members.
La question est la
Question is the following one. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill C-26, an act to amend the Criminal Code, criminal interest rate, be concurred in at report stage.
of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Abbott. Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Prentice.
Mr. Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Lund.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Madame Berner.
Madame Berner.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mrs. Skelton.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Ms. Georges.
Georges.
Mr. Menzies.
Menzies.
Mr. Bernouge. Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreutz.
Mr. Breitkreutz.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Monsieur Blany.
Mr. Blaney.
Monsieur Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Madame Robillard.
Madame Robillard.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Madame Marlowe.
Madame Marlowe.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Mr. Owen.
Mr. Owen.
Monsieur Thibault. West Nova.
Mr. Thibault, West Nova.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Wappel.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. Martin, Esquimalt Wandafuca.
Mr. Martin, Esquimalt Wandafuca.
Mr. McKay, Tobico North. Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mrs. Barnes.
Mrs. Barnes.
Ms. Beaumier.
Ms. Beaumier.
Ms. Brown,
Ms.
Oakville.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Telegdi.
Mr. Telegdi.
Ms. Caratak Lindell.
Ms. Caratak Lindell.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Monsieur Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mrs. Cadis.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Santamon.
Mr. Santamon.
Mr. Temelkowski.
Mr. Temelkowski.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Keeper.
Ms. Keeper.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Washalishalis.
Ms. Wazalishalis.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Pretty.
Ms. Pretty.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard, Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard, Hochelaga.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski, Néjet, Témiscouata, les Basses.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski, Néjet, Témiscouata, les Basses.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Madame Morani.
Madame Morani.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Yeas pour 233, 233, nays contre 50, 50.
I declare the motion carried.
Will the bill be read a third time later this day? Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable, the Minister of National Defence is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to apologize to the member for Westminster Coquitlam for any of my previous words that may have offended her.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South is rising on a point of order also.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During question period, the Prime Minister was asked 18 times whether he was misleading Canadians then or misleading them now on climate change. In answering those questions, the Minister of the Environment continued misleading the House of Commons and Canadians by taking comments I'd made in the past as a professional out of context. This is precisely the kind of conduct that Canadians have come to count on from this new government. I would ask the Minister of the Environment, Mr. Speaker, to table the documents, and I would ask all Canadians to understand these comments were taken out of context, and I would ask the Prime Minister again to answer the question as to whether he was misleading Canadians then or whether he's misleading them now. Thank you.
The Honourable, the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to give the references for my comments in question period. When I said, and I quote, if Canada does ratify Kyoto, the cost would be as much as $40 billion a year. That was from the Globe and Mail, January the 29th. When I said that the member for Ottawa South said the Liberal Party was involved in a, quote, medium-sized car crash during the recent federal election, that came from the National Post, March the 23rd, 2006. When I said, but when people see the costs of Kyoto, they're going to scream, that comes from Canadian Speeches, January 1st, 2003, Volume 16, Issue 6.
I don't know that we're going far with this. It sounds to me like a debate. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South is rising on another point.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for recognizing me again. And I'd like to congratulate the Minister of the Environment for his extensive, detailed research into my background. Thank you very much. But I would remind him, Mr. Speaker, on this point of order, that the kind of conduct he's pursuing is conduct unbecoming of a Minister of the Environment, and that he should understand that Canadians are watching, his constituents and my constituents are watching, and this does not advance the cause of climate change one iota. In fact, what the Minister of the Environment should do, Mr. Speaker, is prevail upon his boss, the Prime Minister, to answer the question.
I don't think we're on a point of order here, so we'll move on. Pursuant to Section 15.3 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, it is my duty to lay upon the table the list of all sponsored travel by members for the year 2006 as provided by the Ethics Commissioner. Tabling of documents, the Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Government Services, etc.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 109, I wish to table 2 copies of the government's response to the recommendation of the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts concerning Chapter 7 of the May 2006 report of the Auditor General of Canada, Acquisition Leased Office Space.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
The dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
For South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the 14th Annual Bilateral Meeting of the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group held in Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka in Japan from November the 12th to the 17th, 2006.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present the 28th report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 28th report later this day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise today and it is an honour to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee of Health entitled Observing Observations on the Proposed Regulations under Section 8 of the Assisted Human Reproductive Act.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Scott, seconded by Ms. Keeper, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Self-Employed Artists and Authors. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that I'm pleased to introduce this private member's bill because I think one of the largest contributions made to Canadian society is made by artists and authors, and like school teachers and childcare workers, I don't think that artists are valued nearly enough, particularly as measured by their remuneration. But artists are also suffer another disadvantage in Canadian society, and that is, as most of them are self-employed, they don't have access to benefits that are available for people who are employed, such as maternity benefits, sickness benefits, and income benefits, as is contained under the Employment Insurance Program. There are ways, Mr. Speaker, that the Employment Insurance Program can be modified to allow for self-employed artists to have access to those kinds of benefits. I think they are critical to them. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, that during the last election campaign, we had an arts and culture debate, which we've had the last 4 elections in Fredericton, and this was the principal issue, and I'm pleased to introduce this bill as a way of remedying this situation.
Mr. Scott, seconded by Ms. Keeper, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At a prochaine...
At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 28th report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs concerning membership of the committees of the House presented to the House earlier this day now be concurred in. Thank you, Mr.
Does the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? La Chambre...
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed.
Motion.
Motions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table today a petition signed by a number of my constituents in the Sudbury County area of the riding of Fredericton. It calls upon the House to protect our children from adult sexual predators of the age of sexual consent should be raised from 14 to 18 years of age. They feel no adult should engage in sexual activity with a child under the age of 18, and they call upon the House of Commons to raise the age of consent from 14 to 18 years.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to present a petition on behalf of my constituents in Calgary Nose Hill, concerned about being able to protect their children from sexual predators. They point out that studies show that 14 and 15-year-olds are most vulnerable to sexual exploitation, including recruitment from pimps, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners ask the government and Parliament to take all measures necessary to immediately raise the age of sexual protection from 14 to 16.
L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski Nishet Timisquatale-Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition to maintain the firearms registry. Those who sign this petition are students in social work at the Rimouski Cégep, and they feel that the role of the register is essential and important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very honoured to rise today in the House and present a motion for petitioners from all across this good country, including such famous Canadian centres as Wadena, Saskatchewan, let's see, Mendoza, Manitoba, Trois-Rivières, Quebec, of course, the wonderful community of Iroquois Falls, Ontario, which just happens to be in my riding, and they're wonderful people there, Bridgewater, Nova Scotia, Holy Cross, Nova Scotia, Harris, Saskatchewan. Now, I'm sure the House is wanting to know exactly what all these people are concerned about, Mr. Speaker. They're concerned about the decline in support for museum funding across this country. In fact, the cuts that were visited upon our nation's museums, every small town in this country has felt the terrible blow laid by this Conservative government to them. So the petitioners are asking us as members of Parliament to rise to the occasion, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the value of museums, to recognize the value of heritage and culture, something the government seems to have missed out on. I'm not adding editorializing here, but this seems to be the message I'm getting from these petitioners, and that they call upon us as all members to work together to restore the museum's assistant funding and recognize the value of our Canadian museums. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present two petitions from the community, the town of Churchill, Manitoba, to address the issue of marriage. And I would also like to present a third petition from the community of Easterville in northern Manitoba. From the community, they are seriously dealing with a critical health issue of addiction, and they are calling upon the government to help them establish a treatment center. Thank you.
Presentation de petition.
Presenting petitions.
Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, I'm pleased to table in the House two petitions today. Mr. Speaker, the first one has to do with public safety officers, namely police officers and firefighters, and the petitioners are calling to the attention of the House that our police officers and firefighters place their lives at risk each and every day when they perform their duties, and that the employment benefits that they often receive are insufficient to compensate the families of those who are killed in the line of duty. And also they point out that the public mourns the loss when every one of these police officers or firefighters lose their life in the line of duty, and where they'd like to have an opportunity to support the families in some tangible way. They therefore call upon Parliament to establish a fund known as the Public Safety Officers Compensation Fund for the benefit of families of public safety officers who are killed in the line of duty. Mr. Speaker, the second petition is on the matter of stem cells. This is flowing from the reproductive technologies legislation that we have dealt with. The petitioners here, again from my riding of Mississauga South, point out that hundreds of thousands of Canadians suffer from debilitating illnesses and diseases such as Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, diabetes, cancer, multiple sclerosis, and spinal cord injury. Now, Mr. Speaker, they also wanted to point out that ethical stem cell research, which has already shown to be has encouraging potential to provide cures and therapies for these illnesses, diseases, and also that non-embryonic stem cells, also known as adult stem cells, have shown significant research progress without the immune rejection or ethical problems associated with embryonic stem cells. So, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners are calling on Parliament to focus its legislative support on adult stem cell research to find the cures and therapies necessary to treat the illnesses and diseases of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation de petition.
Presenting petitions.
In the order paper, the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. So ordered. Avis de motion portant.
Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
That all notices of motion for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed. And so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Début du débat à l'étape du rapport.
Beginning debate and report stage of C31, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and the Public Service Employment Act.
With the bill, I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. There are 9 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C31. La motion numéro 3.
Motion number 3 will not be chosen by the chair because it could have been introduced in committee.
Examined, and the chair is satisfied that they meet the guidelines expressed in the note to Standing Order 7615 regarding the selection of motions and amendment at the report stage. Motions numbered 1, 2, and 4 to 9 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre.
I will now submit motions 1, 2, 4 to 9 to the House.
Seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that Bill C31 be amended by deleting Clause 18. Motion number 2, Mr. Dewar, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that Bill C31 be amended by deleting Clause 21. Motion number 4, Mr. Dewar, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that Bill C31 and Clause 22 be amended by deleting lines 28 to 42 on page 10. La motion numéro 5.
Motion number 5, Mr. Dewar, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that Bill C-31 in Clause 26 be amended by replacing lines 38 and 39 on page 11 and lines 1 to 18 on page 12 with the following: 26 subsection 161 6 of the Act is replaced.
6. Mr. Dewar, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that Bill C-31 in Clause 28 be amended. A. May I dispense? Dispense. Motion number 7. Mr. Dewar, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that Bill C-31 in Clause 30 be amended by replacing lines 25 to 43 on page 13 with the following: 30, Section 169 of the Act is amended by. La motion numéro 8.
Motion number 8, Mr. Dewar, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that Bill C-31 be amended by deleting Clause 33.
Dewar, seconded by Ms. Davies, moves that Bill C-31 in Clause 38. May I dispense? Dispense. Debate. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and I rise to speak to this bill, and I want to just go back a step, Speaker, to talk a little bit about how we got here. This bill, an act to amend the Elections Act and the Public Service Employment Act, was from a committee report that was commissioned by the by all parties initially to look at the previous election and some concerns that people had around how the election was conducted in previous elections. However, what happened then, Mr. Speaker, is that report was then taken and boiled down and was turned into a bill. And unbeknownst to many people, including myself, that this bill was put forward without really the understanding of those in this House and those on the committee for sure, that this was going to be done in the manner in which it had. And that is, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to take on how people voted. In fact, the most fundamental aspect of our democracy, and that is the right to vote, the right to one's franchise. And in committee, Speaker, we heard from numerous witnesses about concerns they had about this bill. And the amendments that we have put forward deal with the concerns that they had, that many others had who spoke to us, and they are before us. The concerns that were put before us by witnesses and people that we spoke to in our communities was that by way of bringing forward the requirements of having photo ID, which many people said initially was fine, but restricting those who did not have photo ID and requiring them to have someone vouch and only allow one person to vouch for them was restrictive. And the witnesses who supported this change and had these concerns were speaking from the perspective of those who work with our homeless, our most vulnerable, for those who spoke on behalf of students, our most, some would say, one of our most transient populations because of the fact that they go from their homes to their schools back and forth numerous times. And both of these groups, Mr. Speaker, are the groups that we've tried over the last number of years to encourage to participate, to exercise their franchise. And sadly, what we have in front of us is barriers to do just that. Why? Well, because now it is required not only to have photo ID, but we go through different tiers. If one isn't able to produce photo ID, then they are required to produce other pieces of identification with vouchers. And vouchers is a topic of great concern for myself and my colleagues in my party, because what it says, Speaker, is that one will have to bring forward someone to vouch on their behalf who is already on the voters list, and that this can only be done once. Now, we know from people who bared witness at our committee that this is impossible in many cases, simply because of the populations that they deal with. If I can reference the homeless population, it has only been recent that we've been able to organize systems in our country, Mr. Speaker, to allow people who are homeless the opportunity to exercise their franchise. And that was done not by government, in fact. It was done by people who work in our community who took this on themselves, not being paid by government exclusively to do this. But they saw the need, the benefit, and the responsibility as citizens to make sure that our most vulnerable citizens weren't disenfranchised. So, in fact, what they did was the work
that maybe some of us should have done in government before. In fact, they took it on. And they're confused, and some of them are a little bit angry at that this bill will undo all the good work that they have done by way of organizing people who do not have addresses because they are homeless and making sure that they had an address. Usually it meant a drop-in center, a homeless shelter, and that they were able to vouch on their behalf. Well, this bill as proposed, without our amendments, would mean that they would not have that opportunity. Those people who work with the homeless would not be able to vouch for more than one person if they were on the list of the same riding as that person. That would be the restrictions here. So we put forward a proposal, an amendment that would allow someone to vouch for someone else, would be able to do it for more than one person, but also that we would have an opportunity to use a system that works in British Columbia presently, provincially, and that there would be an opportunity for someone to swear that they are in fact who they are, and that this could be tracked, accountable, and would not be open to exploitation. Further amendments that we made, Mr. Speaker, have to do around privacy issues, and I want to underline the concerns that we have and that I brought forward in committee. According to the bill as written, electors will now have their birth date information given to Elections Canada, and that this birth date information will be passed on to people who are working in the polling stations for Elections Canada. Now, I don't have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, the concerns people have had recently about privacy and personal information. We've seen exploitation of people's privacy recently with companies. We've seen stories about people's information being used and abused. And what we have in front of us here is a bill that will take citizens' birth date information and be circulated amongst all those who work on behalf of Elections Canada. And I'm not concerned about the propriety in terms of the trust of the employees of Elections Canada. I'm concerned about how this information can leak out. 308 ridings with how many different polling stations. This kind of privacy needs to be protected, and that's why we put an amendment in to remove this requirement to have birth date information shared with Elections Canada, simply because the privacy factor. And when you're looking at making sure that we have legitimacy and trust in the election system, there are other ways of dealing with that issue other than sharing the privacy of one's birth date. I know many people in my riding are aghast at the fact that their birth date information would be shared with Elections Canada. But what was even more egregious, Speaker, is the fact that we now will share this, according to the amendment put forward by the Bloc, supported by the Liberal Party, that this birth date information will be shared with all political parties. What's the reason, Speaker? Well, we know what the reason is, so they can exploit it and use it for their own purpose. It has nothing to do with checking the verification of one's the voter in front of them. It's simply an opportunity, I'll be polite, for political parties to be able to use personal information for their own purposes. Why else would a political party need one's birth date information? So, Speaker, we put forward amendments on birth date information and the sharing thereof. We don't believe Elections Canada should have it to share with everyone, and we most assuredly, and I think there would be a charter challenge on this, do not want political parties to have birth date information. Just consider this, Speaker. In my riding of Ottawa Centre, we have up to 8 to 10 different candidates and parties running. And that would mean that each and every one of those parties would have access to that private information of each and every single elector. Now, how do we ensure that this information won't be shared with others for purposes other than to verify if a voter is genuine? So I implore other members in this House to support our amendments to make sure that there is privacy protection here. And I think most people, when they find out that this Parliament is going to pass a bill that is actually going to open up open up their private information to not only Elections Canada, but to political parties, they'll be aghast. And they don't know that, I'm sure, at this point. And that's why we're putting forward these amendments. I hope for the support and hopefully the change in mind of the Bloc and the Liberals, who at committee said it was fine for political parties to have birth date information shared amongst themselves. It makes no sense, and I'm sure that others in this House, now that they've learned it, will want to support our amendment to remove that clause of the bill that would allow political parties to have this kind of private information of citizens. Finally, Speaker, I think if we aren't able to get these amendments forward, it will be very difficult for us to support this bill, and I look forward to questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Writing me beautifully. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to point out some of the changes that were made in committee that I think substantially addressed the concerns of the honourable member from the New Democratic Party. I feel frank in saying I'm a bit surprised these concerns are being raised by the NDP, given the considerable measures that the committee went to in its work to ensure that the franchise would be as open as possible to all Canadians, and indeed more open than it currently is in many respects. Now, he mentioned a number of disadvantaged groups. He mentioned the homeless specifically, and I want to point out some of the things that were done in committee to ensure that a number of groups that might be disenfranchised, specifically the homeless, are in fact taken care of. Number one, Mr. Speaker, one of the problems that people who move the residences frequently, and the homeless obviously would fit that category, is voters' lists tend to fall out of date. We asked, this is an administrative measure, not a legislative measure, but we asked and we got an assurance from the Chief Electoral Officer that he will carry out more aggressive enumerations in areas where there's high turnover of population, especially areas. And this is in response to a question from me, Mr. Speaker. He said he will carry out enumeration in areas where there is high levels of homelessness. That should do a substantial amount. Mr. Speaker, we also made sure that pieces of ID are added to the list of ID that can be used for voting. For example, special provisions are made for Aboriginal identification, for student cards, for bus passes, to ensure that these groups are not excluded from the franchise, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's question, and it doesn't address the concerns that I raised in my comments, because what I was there at committee with him, and the people who were witnesses for the committee stated very clearly that the people that they deal with wouldn't have access to the identification he just mentioned. And he knows that the change in the bill means that these people will not be able to find people to vouch for them often. So I'm a little puzzled as to his take on this. Bus passes often are not something that someone who is homeless has access to. And that's, a piece of identification that normally would require an address on it. So I guess I'm not satisfied with his take on how things happen in committee. I have to also touch on this idea of enumeration. We were very clear, and we've been clear from before this bill, that we have universal enumeration for universal suffrage. Nothing less, nothing more. And we know the problems we had when we went to the centralized list, that people were left off the list, usually in ridings like my own and other urban ridings where there is a lot of turnover. And the fact of the matter is we haven't had assurances that, in fact, when we asked for universal enumeration for each election, having people go door to door, that wasn't accepted. So with all due respect to my colleague, it's not enough. And assurance from the Chief Electoral Office to do that was already something we had before.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his presentation and the hard work that he's put into to the committee work on this bill. He did mention, Mr. Speaker, that he saw no purpose in that was given to us at committee for having dates of birth, and by the way, not given to electoral parties, but to electoral officials. The date of birth information, of course, is very valuable if an electoral official has a doubt about someone's identity that can connect them to the age. It may be someone with the same age as same name as their parent or child, or same name of two unrelated people. So it seems to me that that is a unique identifier available to electoral officials when there is doubt, not to be spread about, but to add confirmation to the person's identity.
Well, member for Ottawa Centre.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I think what he missed in my comments was the amendments that were put forward by the Bloc and supported unanimously by his party to share that with political parties. I guess I can't fathom the reason for political parties having to have birth date information. My colleagues suggest maybe it's so they can send out birthday cards, but the purpose here is verification, and the bill calls for photo ID. The idea of sharing birth date information for all political parties is worrisome for some of us, but to go to the extent of sharing it with all political parties, and the Bloc and the Liberals were the ones who pushed that amendment through. It wasn't in the bill. So let me be very clear. This is about political parties having that information. And I know the honourable member's previous employee as an ombudsman. He would be deeply concerned that this kind of information, private information, from my perspective, would be shared. And I hope that he supports our amendment. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform and House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak today to the amendments proposed to the report stage of Bill C-31. This is a bill that provides real, tangible results for Canadians. And without a well-functioning democracy, of course, our democracy, electoral machinery, our democracy simply won't work. All honourable members will agree that the machinery must be regularly maintained, updated and renewed, and that's what Bill C-31 seeks to do. And it's in fact an ideal example of how to go about doing that. The genesis of the bill was a parliamentary committee report to which the government responded with legislative action. Now, we've worked with the other parties in fine-tuning the bill after hearing from a number of witnesses at the committee. And I'm willing to go and point out that while we oppose certain changes that occurred to the bill at committee, our members did oppose them, we are now prepared to support Bill C-31 in its current form. And a big reason behind that is we think that this bill has benefited from a multi-party degree of support, which is important in a bill of this nature, and for that reason, we are not going to support the proposed NDP amendments that are before us today. Now, before elaborating on some of the benefits of the bill, I do want to express my thanks to and gratitude to my predecessor, the member for Niagara Falls and the Minister of Justice. Through his work as the former government House Leader and Minister for Democratic Reform, we're now in a position to advance this important bill, which was the product, I repeat, of cooperation and collaboration in this Parliament. And Bill C-31 is just one part of our very robust democratic reform agenda, an agenda based on bringing accountability and integrity to the institutions and processes of governance. We, of course, know about the Senate Bill S-4, which remains mired in the Senate once again today. The Liberal senators refused to debate it. It's been almost a year that they've gone about refusing to debate it and filibustering it. Their own leader says that he supports term limits for senators, yet that bill remains mired there. And I can't understand why they want to make their leader look so weak, but I'm not surprised that's what's happening. But that is just one part of our agenda. At least C-31 we think is one that we can see results on very soon. Now, with regard to some of the amendments before us, I think it's important to note that the bill implemented virtually all of the committee's recommendations in that report. This is the parliamentary committee. And in particular, it took up the committee's call to do more to combat voter fraud, and that is really the core of C-31, to protect the integrity of our electoral system. Les deux grandes recommandations formulées.
The recommendations and amendments based on C-31 were as follows: to confirm the identity of electors and birth dates to be provided on lists, to get a uniform process for documenting electors. It's the same committee that reported on December 6, 2006. Other amendments were made as well, and once again, the committee underscored the importance of these two important aspects of the bill. The motion proposed by the member for Ottawa Centre is aimed at overturning the committee with respect to this issue.
Join me in opposing these amendments so that we can avoid further delays to this very important bill. Let's address them. Firstly, the date of birth on the list of electors. The first amendment proposed by the member for Ottawa Centre proposes to remove that provision. Well, at committee we did oppose that as well. However, it's now there in the bill, and as I said, in the spirit of cooperation, we're prepared to support it at this stage so that the bill may move forward. And we do agree that it can go some distance to assisting in combating voter fraud and ensuring that people's identification is what they say it is. Secondly, voter identification. The balance of the NDP amendments aim to gut the provisions of the Act that require the provision of identification for someone to vote. And in so doing, they effectively undermine the central objective of this bill to ensure the integrity of the electoral process. Take, for example, motions number 2, 4, and 9. Both of these, the requirement for voter identification and the ability for polling officials to challenge voters and if they don't feel they're for identification, both of those provisions were part of the key recommendations of the 13th report of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, aimed specifically at dealing with the potential for voter fraud. There were no dissenting opinions to that report. So now we're hearing from the NDP a new position than what took place in the original report. Secondly, as I said, addressing voter fraud is the core reason for Bill C-31. If we were to remove those provisions, we would weaken it. In terms of requiring identification, currently the Canada Elections Act already requires a voter to provide identification if they wish to register. However, no guidelines are there on what kind of identification is acceptable. Bill C-31 establishes what constitutes acceptable identification by implementing the recommendation of the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on this matter. Bill C-31 will require voters to show one piece of government-issued photo identification with name and address, or two pieces of identification establishing identity and residence. If a voter does not have identification, then Bill C-31 allows the voter to take an oath and be vouched for. These motions for amendment being proposed today would take us back to a realm of uncertainty and uneven practice as to the types of identification that can be used. The government strongly opposes those motions. Simply put, we have ample opportunity for anyone who is legitimate, anyone who seeks to vote legitimately, to be able to do so. The net effect of the amendments being proposed by the New Democratic Party here, and I'm surprised after the positive experience of the NDP in supporting the Federal Accountability Act that they would propose such amendments, would be to open up loopholes for those who wished to take advantage and those who wished to commit voter fraud. That's what the effect of these amendments would be. That's why I'm surprised that they come from the New Democratic Party, who I thought were concerned with seeing some preservation of the integrity of the process. That's what we're trying to do with this bill. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the potential for voter fraud hurts the integrity of our electoral system and it undermines public confidence in the voting process. In fact, every time someone votes fraudulently, it undermines the legitimate say of every other voter. We all lose a little bit when that fraud takes place. That's why we can't support amendments that create the opportunity for such fraud. And we're doing that by a bill that provides better tools to poll officials to confirm the identity and eligibility of voters. One way is through the addition of that date of birth that is in that amendment. Another that came out of committee. Another way is by requiring voters to show identification and be vouched for before voting, to systemize the identification required before registering at polls so there is certainty, so there is no ambiguity, so there is no opportunity for fraud and for cheating. And the third way is to allow poll officials or candidates to challenge the eligibility of a potential voter and require them to affirm their eligibility in writing, to say who they are and prove who they are. I think most Canadians actually think that's what you have to do now when you go to vote. I don't think many people are offended that if they say, "Hi, I'm here and my name is X," that they should actually prove that they are X. I think that's what Canadians expect. I think that's what Canadians hope for. And I can tell you there are many who come to me after voting in an election and say, "I'm amazed. Anybody could have walked up and said they were Jane Doe. They could have taken my vote away from me because nobody actually asked me for ID." That troubles people, and that's why we need to have those voter identification provisions. Each of these tools would be removed from the bill under the proposed amendments from the New Democratic Party. Bill C-31 and these features in particular were the result of a nonpartisan, I underline that, nonpartisan, supported by multi-parties, recommendation of the Parliamentary Committee of the House that was seeking to improve the integrity of the electoral process. These motions for amendment would reverse that work, and I hope members will join me in opposing them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to invite the House Leader to come with me to the northern part of my riding where I do regular clinics where I fill out birth certificates, social insurance numbers, health cards for First Nation communities, Kashechewan, Attawapiskat, Moose Factory, Moosonee, Agoki. And I'm amazed in these communities, the majority, a number of people who do not have access to the kind of identification we're talking about. They've been simply left off the political map of Canada. And these are the communities, of course, with the lowest levels of voting that we know in our isolated First Nation communities. So when we're talking about ensuring that people are able to exercise their democratic franchise, the member opposite is accusing us of supporting electoral fraud. Well, I certainly take exception to the people in my region who are trying to vote, who do not have addresses because they are not listed on banned addresses, whose children have not had birth certificates, and whose government officials do not come up and fill out the most basic forms that every other Canadian takes for granted. So we do have some serious problems with this bill because we want to ensure that these people are not disenfranchised. So I would be more problems we're up against because the issue of, for example, the latest census on the James Bay coast was abysmal. It was done poorly, and we are dealing time and time again with people who are simply not on the records of this country.
Minister of Democratic Reform.
Thank you very much, and I'm perplexed by the member from Timmins James Bay's reference to the census. The census, of course, is not what determines the voters list. The voters list is determined in other ways by registration. And I think most Canadians believe that the provisions for voter identification here are not onerous. I think it would be a positive thing if people didn't have that identification to get in, and I encourage the member from Timmins James Bay to help his constituents if they haven't. But I don't believe the member for Timmins James Bay has actually read the bill as it's come out of committee, because it actually says there is a special provision to deal with First Nations, and I myself have a First Nations reserve in my constituency, so I am familiar with the problems and the issues. But they seem to cope with them quite well, I can say, in the case of my constituency. But there is a special provision that gives those, that creates an additional opportunity for those from a Native population, a First Nations population that isn't there for other Canadians. And that's a provision that says that for the purposes of paragraph 2B, a document issued by the Government of Canada that certifies that a person is registered as an Indian under the Indian Act constitutes an authorized piece of identification. So there's a specific provision there that's taken into account in particular. They won't have to have that birth certificate. They won't have to have that. Won't have to fill out those forms, which I think it's a good thing that you help them to do it. They have a special provision just for that, and I think that's a positive thing, and I congratulate the committee for its foresight in including that.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentary. The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very surprised at the Government House Leader's comments as well, and I'd like him to come to Vancouver East, where we have an incredible problem with voter registration and people being disenfranchised, and more people will be disenfranchised as a result of this bill if it goes through without these amendments. He says that people should prove that they are X. Well, actually, under the current provisions of Elections Canada, you do have to prove who you are. You can use a statutory declaration. You can have someone vouch for you in the community so that it's known that you are who you are. What this bill is doing and what this government is doing is actually removing that provision and making it so incredibly onerous for people to vote by having a single voucher, one person vouching for one elector in the same poll, that it will completely remove people's ability to write. And, we have looked at this bill, and when he talks about fraud, and, this massive bill has to come in to deal with fraud, I want to tell the member and ask him to respond to the charge that we make, that by putting forward this bill and voting for it, he will actually be disenfranchising thousands of people in communities like mine who relied on the system as it is now to be able to vote. And I'd like him to come to my community so that he can see that.
Democratic Reform has about 30 seconds left for questions and comments.
Thank the member from Vancouver East. I have been to that member's constituency. So it is not news and a surprise to me, but I can tell you that there is in the Act, again, I don't think she's read it, a provision that provides for vouching. The only difference is instead of one person who might have bad intent being able to vouch for 250 people, if you have, for example, 200 people at a homeless residence, you have 200 people there who can vouch. 200 people who can carry out a voucher for someone else in that residence. There's not a difficulty. There's not a challenge. There's ample opportunity for that to occur. No one would be disenfranchised, but it certainly limits the ability of one bad actor to commit large-scale fraud, and that's a positive thing for the integrity of the system.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Kitchener Centre. Let me just take a step back, Mr. Speaker, and look at Canada's responsibility internationally and the way that it's taken on that responsibility to serve as an advisor, as a monitor of elections over the last 40, 50 years in newly democratizing countries around the world or countries coming out of conflict. And in the last 2 years alone, Mr. Speaker, Canadian team of monitors have been in the Ukraine, in the Palestinian Authority, in Afghanistan. They had electoral officials from Canada were training Iraq electoral officials in Jordan, and right now there's a team of Canadian election monitors, Canada Corps members in Bangladesh, although that, unfortunately, because of continuing disputes in that area, their election is being delayed. But the standard, and I've been an election monitor in Nicaragua, Mr. Speaker, during the Civil War, the Contra Civil War, when it was a very dangerous thing for people to expose themselves to vote. And I was up in the mountains in the Honduras-Nicaraguan border area where the Contra were most effective, and people were coming to school.
I apologize to the honourable member for Vancouver Quadra, but I just wanted to clarify something. He indicated that he would be splitting his time with the member for Kitchener Centre. We are at report stage, and as such, he's got a 10-minute slot with 5 minutes questions and comments. Is he seeking unanimous consent of the House to allow him to split his time,
fine.
Or will he go ahead and take up the full 10 minutes?
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the standard we use, Mr. Speaker, in advising other countries in their electoral commissions and their electoral processes and in monitoring those elections is free and fair. Were the elections free and fair? And when we say free, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about of course, the right, and it's a charter right in Canada, of every adult person to vote. That's the freedom to vote. But the fair side is equally important to the equation of having an election. Fairness means the integrity of the process. And we as members of this House, as legislators, have a duty to ensure that there is integrity in the voter process so that it will be fairly applied and available to Canadians. And that means, of course, and honourable members opposite have spoken of marginalized communities. Of course it means that they must be given every possible opportunity within the integrity of the system to vote. That's fairness. But it's also fairness to ensure that fraud cannot be perpetrated. And that's what this bill, I suggest, is intended to do. And we've had a long series of discussions now and processes to come to this point, including the Chief Electoral Officer's report after the January 2006 election, including his report to the committee, our committee's report to the House, and the response of the government in Bill C-31. It does make a number of improvements. It improves access for the disabled. There are more convenient locations for advanced polls. There is access for candidates as well as election officials to gated communities. The processes of the electoral office also allow candidate access to malls or privately owned public spaces where often candidates are not allowed to communicate with the public. And there's also opportunity, and the Chief Electoral Officer made this very clear, the former Chief Electoral Officer, that electoral officials can go to where people may not be able to get to the polls from, perhaps seniors' houses, perhaps shelters and such. And I would suggest that we as a committee and we as legislators are immensely vigilant going forward to ensure that marginalized groups are not left out. And we, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, had real concerns of the electoral officials and other witnesses who came before us. And basically there were these. One, we implored the Chief Electoral Officer to be more vigilant and more targeted in areas of low enumeration or voter turnout. And that office has taken on that responsibility. We also asked that in areas, whether it's an inner city or whether it's a remote community, an Aboriginal community or otherwise, where people in the past have shown an inability or to exercise their franchise. And we expect to see, and we should all be watching carefully, that that more vigilant, more targeted enumeration takes place. We also, Mr. Speaker, with a special concern that's been raised with respect to Aboriginal communities, remote communities in particular, we put to the Chief Electoral Officer that an acceptable form of government picture identification, if it had the address on it, could be an Aboriginal status card. If the address isn't on it, then there could be a letter from the band office or something indicating the address of the person together with that card in order to satisfy the requirements. So I think while we must be vigilant, extremely vigilant, that marginalized groups are not left out of the process, we also have to be vigilant to ensure that there isn't an opportunity for voter fraud, not by those people, but by others who may, for unscrupulous reasons and with many more resources, try to defeat the process and the fairness of the process. Because that, Mr. Speaker, is really one of our major concerns in this country. It's the fairness of the process and the belief that Canadians have that it is a fair and honest system, and nothing, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, will cause the voter participation to decline faster and further than if the general public loses its faith in the fairness of the process. And that may sound far-fetched, Mr. Speaker, but we all know what happened in 2000 in Florida with the U.S. presidential election and how flawed that process was in that country, even though they were presenting as a very elaborate electoral system. So, Mr. Speaker, I think, let me, in closing, just mention that I think we have to be vigilant going forward to make sure that people aren't left out, but I also think we have to take this as a first step in a much broader electoral reform process. The Law Commission of Canada, Mr. Speaker, in the spring of 2004, published a paper. It's an independent commission, which I take the opportunity to remind the government that they've just starved of all of its budget from their actions last fall. The Law Commission of Canada has come up with a paper on electoral reform, which is probably based on greater consultation and greater research than any other electoral reform suggestion in the Commonwealth. And there is an obligation, there was on our previous government and on this government, for the Minister of Justice to answer that Law Commission report. That process had begun. Electoral reform, with the agreement of the NDP, had been put in the speech from the throne of the previous Liberal government, and a committee had plans created to look into electoral reform. That has now been stopped for some reason, Mr. Speaker, and I would really put it to all members of this House, and certainly to the government and the Minister of Justice, that there is a responsibility to take up that public review. To have heard last week that the government is going to hire a polling company and a think tank to consult in a few communities across the country. I asked the Prime Minister, I asked the Attorney General for Canada whether they've ever read that Law Commission report, and if they had, why they think they need an alternative process at this stage to start all over again. So let's have Parliament, let's have the House of Commons in a special committee get down to looking at real electoral reform, and then let's have a proper response from the government into the Law Commission's report. And then if we're going to have a process, which we should have, a citizens' assembly, as we've had in British Columbia and is being commenced with in Ontario, then we make sure that it is an objective, open, and comprehensive process and not some slapdash polling process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd appreciate hearing what the member from Vancouver Quadra has to say when he says that the most important principle and the most important issue is to have fairness in our electoral system, and I would certainly agree with that. But quite frankly, I'm quite surprised and somewhat disappointed that this particular member did not support amendments in the committee to make sure that this bill is indeed fair to the most vulnerable in our society and the people who have the most difficulty in terms of having ID. And I really don't understand why he's now at this point, and his party is now at this point, of not supporting amendments that would very specifically make it clear that there are fair provisions to ensure that disenfranchised people will be able to vote. Because I think the bill, as it is, without these amendments and without the changes we tried to make in the committee, are actually going to lead to a consequence that a lot of people won't be able to vote. So, you know, I appreciate his comments about a citizens' assembly and bigger democratic electoral reform. This party has always put forward and championed the idea of proportional representation, which unfortunately the Liberals decided to do nothing about. But here we have something very specific. We're talking about individual voters' rights. And so I'd like him to address why he didn't support these amendments to at least ensure that people, for example, in the downtown east side, so they'll be able to vote without having to go through an incredible process that actually I don't think is going to work in terms of having only one person vouching.
Quadra.
Well, I thank the member from Vancouver East for her comments and question. This is a matter of balance, and if we're going to have an electoral system with integrity, it has to have sufficient rigor to give confidence to the general public that fraud cannot be perpetrated. Now, people in the downtown Vancouver East Side, I've worked in that area as a legal aid lawyer. I know the problems well, and I know the despair that many people live in. And I think we are going to have to, and I know that the member from Vancouver East will be vigilant in this, we'll have to ensure that electoral officials do more targeted enumeration in shelters and in places, single-room occupancy hotels and areas where people who might otherwise not be able to avail themselves of being registered get registered, and that we have special provisions to go into shelters at election time to perhaps make the voting process taken to people in an easier way. But the concerns that were raised about sequential and multiple vouching, I take as a warning for us to be more vigilant. If that proves to be, we've got to continue being careful that that doesn't exclude people, but if we find it does, then this is a work in progress. And
questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Lannick, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the very same line that the honourable member from Vancouver Quadra was developing, the same line of thought, I just wanted to ask him. There was a provision put into the proposed text of the bill in committee, and he and I were both there, and it was an attempt to deal with this kind of concern, with the construction of the voters list and the way in which people get left off the voters list, and recognizing that homeless people do actually have a roof over their heads at certain times when they are at a homeless shelter, and recognizing that people at homeless shelters are capable of vouching for other individuals. This provision was put in, and I specifically asked the Chief Electoral Officer information that allowed us to go and put this into the bill. So I want to read it to him, and I want to ask him if he thinks this largely deals with the kind of issue that the member for Vancouver East was dealing with. It says that the following people can vouch for you to get you onto the list. The elector or another elector who lives at the same address as the elector can vouch at their residence and in the presence of the revising agents by completing the prescribed registration form and taking the prescribed oath. Does he believe that this largely deals with the problem of homeless people not getting on the list that the member for Vancouver East was raising? Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
I thank the member for pointing that out. That was part of our discussion in the committee, and I would hope that, and I think we'll have to be very careful to ensure that people who want to vote aren't left out and that we can make sure that this sort of process works. It's certainly what we had in mind when we were given assurances by the Chief Electoral Officer that people could actually, electoral officials could actually go into shelters to seek that kind of vouching.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today to Bill C-31 at report stage. And before explaining our position on the amendment motions, I'd like to give a general outline of the bill, of Bill C-31, and the work that has been done on this bill. It's a bill to improve the integrity of the electoral process by reducing the opportunity for electoral fraud or error. And I took part in the work that led to this bill being here before the House of Commons as a member on the Standing Committee of House Procedure. I can say that a great deal of work was done, and all parties represented on the committee cooperated effectively so that we could meet the objective to improve the electoral process and strengthen the faith of Canadians in this electoral process, because it reduces possibilities for fraud or error, and it improves the accuracy of the register of electors, and it improves communications among election officials, candidates, political parties, and the electors. I would like to tell the Conservative government that it should show the same attitude and respect for ideas from other parties in other areas. The ideological agenda of the Conservatives didn't dominate the work on this bill, and that's probably why we managed to cooperate so well. The Bloc Québécois points out that voters must now produce a piece of ID, and on the identification should be the name of the person, that person's address, and picture. And in Quebec, the driver's license is a perfect example of the type of ID that is required. If ID is not available, a person would have to have two pieces of ID authorized by the Chief Electoral Officer, and this ID should identify the person's name and home address. If two pieces of ID are not available or acceptable, then the voter would have to take an oath or swear an oath as to his or her identity, and another person would have to vouch for him. If there is reasonable doubt as to the voter's age or citizenship, there could be an affidavit sworn, and only citizens aged 18 years or over are entitled to vote, but at this time no evidence is required or no proof of eligibility must be presented. Even in the case of doubt, we believe that a simple, clearly established procedure will improve the electoral process and will prevent a larger number of incidences of fraud, and the birth date will be added to the voters list. This will allow for a better identification of any person who wishes to exercise his or her right to vote. In Quebec, the voters list contain the date of birth of each elector, and this system has proven itself and will help us to meet the objectives of this bill. Something else, a voter cannot vouch for more than one other voter, and this will help to prevent having more incidents of fraud in the case of these types of respondents. That is, a person who is entitled to vote, whose name is on the voters list, would vouch for another voter who is not registered on the voters list, and then this person can vouch for another person, and so on. The bill would also bring about another change that the Bloc Québécois has been demanding for quite some time. This involves having a unique identifying number for each individual voter. This unique identifying number will be on the list of electors and will improve the quality of these lists because any duplication will be eliminated. It is important to point out that this unique identifier will be generated randomly and will be attributed by the Chief Electoral Officer. C31 also provides for measures to facilitate the right to vote. The time during which voters with some type of limitation can request for a transfer certificate to a polling station with full access is withdrawn. In other words, there will be no time limit for these people to request a transfer, and this change, of course, should not be used as a pretext to avoid making polling stations accessible. C31 provides for advanced polling for a single voting section rather than two or more, so as to improve accessibility to polling stations for advanced polls, particularly in large and remote areas. In these areas, it might be difficult for a voter to go to an advanced poll. A growing number of people every year decide to avail themselves of this advance voting possibility. Therefore, it's necessary to strengthen accessibility. The bill also meets the objective to improve communications between election officials, candidates, political parties, as well as electors. And it provides candidates with a right to access common public areas for election campaign purposes. It is important to be able to meet with people where they live or gather. Election campaigns represent a privileged opportunity to put forward ideas and for a member to present his or her accomplishments, and therefore we have to do this by respecting the citizenry. C31 improves access to up-to-date voters lists that can be used to communicate with the voters so as to encourage them to exercise their right to vote. In order to do this, it is important for them to have access to accurate and up-to-date lists. Mr. Speaker, various motions have been presented so as to amend the bill. The Bloc Québécois has examined all of these motions and has a position on each one. With respect to motion number 1, the Bloc Québécois is against this motion because it would involve not adding the birth date to the voters list and would reduce the possibility of correctly identifying a potential voter. On number 2, the Bloc Québécois is against this motion as well because it would increase the risk of election fraud since it is opposed to the simple, clearly established procedure to identify potential voters with ID or an oath. Therefore, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to once again speak to the efficient cooperation that has led to the presentation of this bill at this stage, and I hope that this bodes well for future work and bills prepared by the Conservative government. The Bloc Québécois is in favour of the bill, but we are against the motions at this report stage. We are proud to have introduced certain elements of the Quebec election system so as to inspire the committee in its work. The Quebec election system has proven itself efficient, and the current elements in C31 that come from the Quebec model will improve the federal election process, because the bill is intended to increase the integrity of the election process, and I believe we have made a step forward with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just like to make some comments to the member from the Bloc. I understand, I've been told that the Bloc has a lot of concerns about voter fraud in Quebec, so maybe they have reasons for supporting this bill, but it almost feels like a theoretical debate that's going on, and that the real application of the implications of this bill are not being felt or heard by members. And I wanted to ask the member why she wouldn't be concerned about the reality, because I think it has been very clearly documented that there are people who, as a result of this bill, if it goes through as is, who will lose the right to vote. These are not people who are involved in fraud. They are people who, for one reason or another, don't have ID. And the system that she is now supporting and her party is supporting, the vouching system, will be so impossible to actually engineer that I can tell her that the reality is that people will be disenfranchised and not allowed to vote. And I'd like to ask the member, if the Bloc is very concerned about voter fraud in Quebec, then why wouldn't they support or come forward with an idea, a simple one that the member from Ottawa Centre made, and that is that voter cards should be put in envelopes instead of just being mailed and sent to buildings where, yes, they can be picked up. I mean, the most simple thing to do would be to put them in envelopes and put the voter's name on the front. That would probably eliminate more potential fraud than anything else. So I'm really mystified as to why the Bloc is supporting this bill and not recognizing the real impacts that it's going to have on individual voters who often don't get heard. These are people who don't usually have a voice. And so when they vote, it's really, really important. So I'm very disappointed the Bloc is ignoring people who are very marginalized and basically creating a system that will make it impossible for them to vote. How does the member explain that?
I'm disappointed too.
The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my NDP colleague for her comments, and I'd like to respond to her questions. The NDP says that the fact that you reveal a birth date affects someone's privacy, but we feel that the birth date is an important tool to allow a political party to determine the identity of voters who are entitled to vote, particularly when this voter appears at a polling station without the necessary ID. As to privacy, the Bloc Québécois notes that Quebec parties have access to this information, and Quebec democracy has not really been hurt by it. As to motion number 2, we are against it. The NDP feels that this provision could limit a certain person's right to vote if they don't have the necessary ID or if they've forgotten the ID at home on voting day. The Bloc Québécois feels that it's necessary to avoid fraud that a piece of ID be required. And there have been enough amendments made to the bill to allow groups, sensitive groups, for example, Aboriginal people, to avail themselves of their right to vote. A homeless person with no ID could still vote if a qualified voter were to vouch for him. And I believe that the parliamentary secretary on the government side explained earlier the additions that were made to the Elections Act in order to help all of those who do not have identification cards. As to motion number 4, clause 22 states that if a name had been removed by mistake, the voter can vote if he or she takes an oath, and if the polling officer determines that a mistake was made. And of course, this person would have to have the necessary identification. The NDP wants to remove this last condition with its amendment, but the Bloc Québécois feels that in order to avoid fraud, that an ID card must be presented and required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak on this bill because I think it's a very important bill. And unfortunately, it hasn't gotten a lot of attention because this bill, if it goes through unchanged, will have a substantial impact on the voting rights of many low-income people in Canada, and certainly in my own riding of Vancouver East that includes the downtown east side. And I'd like to begin by laying out the alleged problem that we're dealing with. We're told that there's voter fraud, and therefore these very significant changes need to be made in the Elections Act to prevent this fraud. And yet, when I was at the committee when this debate first started, I actually asked the Chief Electoral Officer if he felt that there were huge instances of fraud, and he basically said, there were a few isolated incidents that no political party had brought to his attention, any sort of systemic things going on, and as far as he was concerned, it was not a big issue. So I was very curious about that because that's the Chief Electoral Officer speaking. So it's been very mystifying and in fact disappointing, as I said earlier, to know that three parties, the Conservatives, the Liberals and the Bloc, have, they're in bed together here to change the Elections Act to deal with an alleged problem. It's sort of like applying the sledgehammer to a fly, and the consequences of this bill will have a disastrous impact. We've heard each of the parties who are supporting this bill claim that they've put in provisions in the bill to ensure that homeless people vote and that there can still be a vouching for somebody. But if you actually read this bill and look at what it contains, you'll see that it creates a myriad of bureaucratic kind of procedures that I can guarantee will result that many, many people will be disenfranchised. As it is now, if you're homeless, if you're on the street, if you don't have ID, you can have a statutory declaration signed, from a lawyer. You can have someone in the community who vouches for people, someone who really does know all kinds of individuals because they may work at a place like the Carnegie Centre in my riding and can say, yes, I know who that person is, yes, they are who they say they are, and they get the statutory declaration and they can go and vote. But the way it's going to work now is that you have to have somebody can only vouch for one person, and if they're in the same poll and if that person's on the voters list, it's going to be like sort of two needles trying to find each other in a haystack. It's going to create absolute chaos. And I feel deeply concerned that this bill is going through with so little attention other than the NDP, and I want to thank the member from Ottawa Centre who did an incredible job on the committee of pointing out every single clause that was a failure and basically denying people's rights. But other than the NDP and some of the witnesses who came forward and pointed out the problems, this bill is apparently going to sail through. And I just want to give you one example. In the 2000 election, I felt very honoured to accompany Serena Abbotsway to the poll. She was someone who voted under the statutory declaration. It was the first time she had ever voted, and she voted with a sense of hope. She was becoming more aware about the political system, and because we had this system in place of lawyers who were there to assist, she felt like she had the confidence and the reason and the hope to go and vote. This young woman, unfortunately, is one of the 6 murdered women who are now part of the missing women trial that's taking place in Vancouver. And it just kind of wrenches my gut to know that there are so many people out there who are so marginalized and disenfranchised by the systems that we create on the basis that we're making it all neat and tidy and that it's all about dealing with fraud. And we hear theoretically from the Liberals, the member from Vancouver Quadra, say, oh yes, I believe in fairness, it's about fairness. Well, I'll tell you, the way this system is going to work is going to be incredibly unfair. And so, you know, even in the memory of someone like Serena Abbotsway, to think about her memory and what happened to that woman and what happens to other people, I just feel terrible that this bill is going to go through and that people will lose the right to vote. And so I'm very proud of the fact that the NDP caucus and our members here are standing up against this bill and saying, you know, this bill is really quite awful and it's going to deny people the right to vote. And Mr. Speaker, I do want to thank some of the lawyers who came forward at the committee and appeared on video conference. Jim Quayle, who's the Executive Director for the BC Public Interest Advocacy Centre, and Tina Marie Bradford, who's a lawyer with the BC Government Employees Union, and Murray Millard, who's the Executive Director of the BC Civil Liberties Association, because these are knowledgeable people who came forward and told the committee in detail what the system is now, what works and what doesn't, and what the impact of these changes will do. And they were basically ignored, other than by our member on the committee, the member from Ottawa Centre, who valiantly put forward amendments to try and mitigate the damage that was in this bill. These are the lawyers who actually know what this system is about. They're not dealing with it at a theoretical level. They're dealing with it on the ground. And their advice and their expertise was basically ignored and turned down. And I feel that that's very unfortunate. And when I hear the government House leader say, well, you know, he's in favour of having a system that's as open as possible to maintain the franchise, and that, you know, the electoral officer has said that there'll be more aggressive enumeration. You know what? None of those things are actually going to assist in terms of what takes place and ensuring that a statutory declaration on its own is available and that there can be a proper vouching system to allow it to work. And so I feel that the claims that are being made by the government here, pretending that this bill is still going to ensure that people who are at risk still have the right to vote, it is completely false. And even to say that there'll be enumeration in homeless shelters and we'll make sure that happens, well, that sounds good on paper, but you know what? Most people who are in homeless shelters, they have to leave during the day. That's the way these places work. And in many places, part of the rules is you have to leave, you know, early in the morning and you don't go back till late at night. So exactly where are these enumerators going to find people in homeless shelters? And so I really feel that the rationale that is being given by the government House leader on this bill are really very, very superficial. And again, that they should have paid attention to the people who really know how the system works in the local community, at each individual poll and polling district, and what it is that this bill will do. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that if we were truly addressing the inconsistencies and the problems in our electoral system, then we would be calling for universal enumeration. And again, this is something that was ignored by the government. It's been ignored by the other political parties. I don't know about other members, but I remember the day when you could go down the street and actually see the voters list on a telephone pole, and you could see whether or not you were on the voters list, and you actually had an enumerator that came door to door and asked you if people in your household were enumerated, if they were eligible to vote. And it was a system that worked. But now we have, you know, the high-tech, the centralized system, and there's absolutely no question, because the evidence is there, that as a result of that new system that was brought in, many, many people have been kind of left on the margins, and that their ability to access the system and to get on the voters list is seriously undermined. And that really is a reality of what's taken place over the last decade. And now you add insult to injury by taking away the one provision that was left to ensure that someone who was in a very vulnerable situation and didn't have the right idea, that at least they could still get to the poll. That has now been taken away with this bill if these particular amendments are not supported. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to say I think this is not a good day for the House of Commons. We're meant to be here to represent the public interest, and voting, the right to vote for all people, whether you're wealthy or poor, whether you're homeless or you live in a fancy house, is being seriously undermined by this bill. So it's a very bad day in the House of Commons if this bill goes through.
Questions or comments? The honourable member for Atlantic, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The complaints that the member for Vancouver East has been raising tend to revolve around the issue of homeless people and their ability to participate, and the danger that they'll be left off the voters list, the danger that they won't be able to cast their ballots. They're valid things to be concerned about. I think it is not valid to say, as she is saying, that these things have not been taken into account in the bill, in the work the committee did in the bill, in the questions we asked the Chief Electoral Officer, in the responses he gave to us, in the way we incorporated his responses into the amendments to the bill. And I just want to point out to her again and ask her the question why she thinks this doesn't work. The law is now amended, and I invite her to look at Section 16, Sub 1 of the bill. It says that an elector or any other elector living at the residence of that particular person, for example, at a homeless shelter, can vouch for that person, get them on the voters' roll. Not only that, they can vouch for them at the poll. Now, they can't vouch for many people, but there doesn't mean that many people can't vouch for other people on that list. She says, well, people have to go to the homeless shelter during the day. That's a good point. Now, there's a number of ways of dealing with it. You could enumerate them when they're back at the shelter, change the hours, adjust the enumerators' hours. Enumerators frequently work in the evening for this reason anyway. It would be easy to accomplish this goal. Or you could deal with it by other means. There's such a wide variety of ways this could be dealt with. What I can't understand is why she thinks with this provision there, and this provision was put in specifically after the Chief Electoral Officer was asked how to deal with this kind of problem, why she thinks this fails to achieve, seriously why she thinks it fails to achieve the goals that she's outlining.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that it fails to achieve the goals of allowing people in that situation to vote because of the evidence and the testimony that was heard at the committee, that the member also heard. And I think he knows very clearly that the system that his government has devised for this bill will create such complexities in saying that only one person who is in the same poll and is already on the list can only vouch for one person. I mean, it's going to create, a sort of a bureaucratic quagmire of trying to get, all kinds of individuals to vouch for only one person, that it will be almost impossible to do. And so I think if you look at it on paper, maybe it makes sense to the member. Maybe he thinks it will work. But I can tell you that for lawyers who have been involved in this system, particularly using statutory declarations, they have told us that it will be a nightmare, that it will basically disenfranchise people. So again, because the people that we're talking about are not people who are committing fraud. I mean, that is what is so terrible about this bill. It's aiming at the people who are not committing fraud whatsoever, but their right is being removed.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I'd like to commend the member for her tireless devotion to the people who have been disenfranchised. And I'd like to ask her, in light of this whole focus that this is somehow part of electoral reform, when we've seen no movement in this House on serious matters of electoral reform in terms of getting a proper proportional representation system. And given the abysmal record of voting in our country, the alienation that people feel in this country towards voting, the cynicism they have towards our House, if she doesn't think that perhaps our electoral reform representative from the government party might have put his efforts into something a little bit more substantive that would have actually shown some more results, that would have involved a lot more enfranchising people who right now just turn off their television every time they hear a politician speak.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the member from Timmins, James Bay is right on. We're spending all of this time on this bill that will affect people in a negative way and completely missing the bigger picture in terms of real democratic reform that needs to take place in this country, that the NDP has championed for a very long time in terms of ensuring that there is electoral reform through proportional representation, for example, so that people's votes really do count. And when I talk to voters who usually don't vote and they feel so cynical and turned off. When some of those individuals go to vote, I feel really proud. It doesn't matter to me who they vote for. I just feel really proud that they took the time to go and vote, and it really, really means something when you see the kind of cynicism that there is. This bill is going to undermine and limit the availability and the capacity of those people to vote, while completely ignoring the larger question of democratic electoral reform.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lake Kamarasca-Rivière-du-Loup, the forestry industry. Resuming debate.
Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak in the House today on Bill C-31, an act to amend the Canadian Elections Act and the Public Service Employment Act. On June 22, 2006, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs tabled a report in the House that was entitled Improving the Integrity of the Electoral Process, Recommendations for Legislative Change. The report was based in part on the recommendations from the Chief Electoral Officer. While it's already been referenced and there continues to be ongoing discussions and debate about fundamental changes to our electoral system, these should not detract from the efforts that should be made to improve the existing system. Mr. Speaker, this enactment amends the Canada Elections Act to improve the integrity of the electoral process by reducing the opportunity for electoral fraud or for error. It requires that electors, before voting, provide one piece of government-issued photo identification that shows their name and address, or two pieces of identification which have been authorized by the Chief Electoral Officer that shows their name and address, or they can take an oath or be vouched for by another elector. It also amends the Canada Elections Act to, among other things, make operational changes to improve the accuracy of the National Registry of Electors. It facilitates voting and enhances communications with the electorate. It goes on to amend the Public Service Employment Act to permit the Public Service Commission to make regulations to extend the maximum term of employment of casual workers. And, Mr. Speaker, this works both for the system and for the individual workers. We have gone through the electoral system at least once, everyone in this House. There are many of us here that have gone through it several times. On Election Day, we put our faith in the hands of our electorate. However, collectively as Canadians, voters and candidates, we also depend on the integrity of the electoral system to reduce the opportunity for electoral fraud and to ensure secure, fair, and accessible voting on voting day. It's my hope that the initiatives contained in this legislation will enhance this process for Canadians. A key concern for the Liberal Committee members is ensuring that the bill allows for Aboriginal status identification to be acceptable as proof for voting purposes. Government officials have clarified that the text of the bill requires either, number one, government-issued photo ID with an address, or two, government-issued photo ID without an address, including band status cards, accompanied by a letter from the Band Council or by a phone or utility bill that shows the resident's name and their actual address. A second concern for the Liberal Committee members is ensuring that enumeration process is strengthened in reserved communities. The government has suggested that rather than send the bill to committee, the committee simply pass a motion calling on the Chief Electoral Officer to strengthen enumeration in reserved communities and in other areas of low enumeration. Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to strike the balance that ensures the integrity of the system without becoming overly onerous on the citizen and denying him or her right to vote. It is a privilege to cast a ballot, and I appreciate the fact that voters who don't have acceptable ID, and I also know that all of us in this House can dedicate ourselves entirely to the activity of Election Day. As a matter of fact, many of us spend every waking moment and several weeks campaigning. However, the vast majority of Canadian voters, have busy lives that involve hectic, challenging schedules. Even though voter turnout improved in the 2006 federal election, it continues to be alarmingly low. It's important that Canadians can go to their local polling station, knowing what information is expected of them and being able to exercise their democratic right. It's our expectation that a uniform procedure for voter identification at the polls will provide clear and consistent information and a system that reinforces the importance of exercising one's right to vote. We on this side of the House also support the strengthening of the enumeration process, particularly again in reserved communities and other areas of low enumeration. Further, parts of the proposed legislation also address accessibility issues, as some voters with disabilities will no longer be required to request a transfer to a polling station with level access 3 days in advance. As well, the proposed legislation opens up accessibility to advanced polls. These are positive improvements for people with mobility limitations. On this side of the House, we support the changes to the Canadian Elections Act that protect against the likelihood of voter fraud and misrepresentation. We need to ensure that Aboriginal photo identification is an acceptable form of voter identification, and it's our understanding that Bill C-31, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and the Public Service Employment Act, makes the operational improvements that are necessary and will advance the integrity of our voting system. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentary. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just acknowledge and thank the Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre. Mr. Speaker, the member worked very hard on the committee. I know that she had some great input, and many of her suggestions actually wound up in this bill. I do also know that the member was at committee during the times that a number of these witnesses that the honourable member from the NDP spoke about, and I just want to maybe pose a question, perhaps a comment or two. One of the witnesses was describing this issue of statutory declaration and described the process whereby they would set up tables in the various areas and people would come up and declare who they were. And the questions posed to the witness, I'm sure the member recalls, was, well, how do you know that that's exactly who they are? And the information was, well, we sometimes ask them to check their pockets, and sometimes we find a parking stub in the pocket. Sometimes we find a prescription bottle in the pocket, and that would help us, firm up that that's who they were. One of the witnesses prior to that suggested that these folks were often robbed, a terrible thing, but ultimately it suggested that whatever was in their pockets wasn't there very long. And the question was posed, well, if that's the case, then certainly the first thing that would get stolen would be prescriptions. So the statutory declaration issue became a little less reliable, given that the way that these folks were using to identify these people was in itself completely unreliable. I just want to ask the member, because she understood this issue very well and she had some great comments at committee, if perhaps she would confirm that although statutory declarations have a role, they certainly have a lot of holes in them.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his kind comments and his insight in how we grappled with this. I know, Mr. Speaker, that every party and every member that was on that committee really grappled with the kind of balance that we need to have. And my recollection is very similar to that of the member from Cambridge, as we talked about the identification of the population that the NDP have very eloquently defended. I don't believe that there is any intention to disenfranchise any voter that wants to vote in an election. But clearly, I mean, I look at my own riding of Kitchener Centre, and I know that there are out-of-the-cold programs. I know there are homeless shelters. I know that the people that work at these establishments know their clientele very well. As a matter of fact, I think one of the things that I found most shocking when we actually in government looked at the issue of how we addressed homelessness is there is a great number of homeless people that actually go out to work every day. They may have underemployment issues, they may have minimum employment, but they are known people that are carrying on lives and don't have the money to have shelter. Those kind of people are going to be known at the House of Friendship. They are going to be known at the out-of-the-cold programs that are run by churches like St. Andrew's in downtown Kitchener. Those people will have individuals who can vouch for them. So I think that we do have to be very cognizant of keeping that proper balance, but I would agree that I think that these are positive changes, and we do not support the amendments that the NDP are bringing forward because we feel it takes out a very important aspect of the improvement.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. And I just wanted to pose a question to my colleague who was on the committee around the issue of birth dates. And it's not something she brought up in her comments, so I'd like to have her take on it, because, as you know, in committee I had deep concerns about the fact that, that the not only will the government have access to to this private information, which they do from time to time, but the fact that political parties will have it. And I know that the Bloc put it forward as a motion, the Liberals support it, and now we hear that the government supports it too, because under the auspice of goodwill. Can she explain to me, because I certainly don't understand the need for us as parliamentarians of political parties to have that private information. And we've seen recently the concerns consumers have about private information being out there. We'll now have 308 ridings with goodness knows how many political parties, all having birth date information of all electors. And we know the problems in our systems presently, mixing things up. Just ask people who thought they were Canadian citizens. So, I mean, my goodness, I'm just wondering what the rationale and why she would support such an amendment.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre is about 30 seconds.
Okay, very quickly. I share my colleagues' concerns. I do, however, take very seriously the kind of testimony that we heard from colleagues from Quebec, where that is just a matter of public record. They have not seen any problem with it. It's a matter of public information. They are public. They are published. So I would tell them that I think it facilitates with scrutiny. We will monitor to see that if there are abuses. Certainly I know that he's not casting any aspersions on anybody who would be employed by Elections Canada, because we have amazing people that do amazing work to make sure we have a system that is envied around the world.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very pleased to rise and speak on the Bill C-31 and where we are going with it, because there are a number of concerns that we face on the front lines in my riding that I would like to speak to. I would like to say at the outset that I find it very interesting that in terms of electoral reform issues, this is the one issue that has been brought before this House. Because, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about fraud, we're talking about the threat of fraud, and yet we see very, very little evidence of actual fraud having occurred. In 2006, there was one case of fraud. One case in the entire country of Canada.
Oh, wow.
In 2004, there were 0 cases. In 2000, there were 3 cases. So that's 4 out of the millions and millions and millions of people who voted in elections in this country. And yet, here we have a need for all us parliamentarians to stand up and deal with this threat. And again, I raise the question, perhaps it's guilty minds. We have only to look at leadership races that have happened with parties in this House where questions of conduct have been much more egregious than what we're seeing here in terms of people just trying to exercise their democratic franchise. Certainly no one would suggest that average citizens would be out patting down cadavers to see if they had party memberships to vote for leadership, as have happened to some very august members of this very House who take very important roles. So it is a question of, I would suggest, what are we thinking here and trying to impose on the honest, law-abiding citizens of this country? I would suggest that the bigger issue here is disenfranchisement and cynicism about the electoral process, and that is what we need to be looking at. There are a number of problems that have to be addressed, and I would have expected that they would have been addressed in terms of a bill brought forward with this new government. For example, the need for electoral reform. People have been calling out for it. People are tuning out of the electoral process. They are tired of this old system that we have, and they feel that more voices have to be heard, and yet the two main parties certainly have no real interest in seeing this go forward. So, of course, this isn't coming forward as a priority. The other question is in terms of how the actual electoral voting system works now that we don't have a proper voting list. I know of people in my riding in 2004 election who went to vote and were told that they were on a voters list 40 kilometers away. I know people in the southern end of my riding who were told they didn't belong in their own riding because their mailbox was in the municipality that the voters, Electorate Canada, had actually run a line through the bottom of my riding, so people who lived in my riding were being told they had to go vote in another riding. These are problems, because when people get fed up when they try and vote and they go home and they say they aren't going to vote, that is a threat to democracy. That is a serious threat. And I would have thought that that would have been an issue that would have been brought forward here with some sense of urgency, but no, what we're dealing with is the potential somewhere down the road that Canadians are going to commit fraud in voting. And of course I have to ask, why would anybody go out of their way to defraud just to try and vote when we're trying to beg people to come out and vote and encourage people to vote? But that's a larger philosophical question. I'd like to focus in on a few areas that are very important in terms of my region. I have very large isolated First Nation communities. And when we talk about getting a photo ID card, that makes sense if you believe that every Canadian has a right to a photo ID card. But I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, on the James Bay coast, where we've had up to 30% of our population not eligible for health care status, because the province of Ontario doesn't bother to go up and deal with the Cree communities. They just simply don't bother. It's fallen to my office and my provincial counterpart, Mr. Gilles Bisson. We go up and we fill out these cards. But the interesting thing about this, Mr. Speaker, is how do they get the photograph? How do they get the photograph on the ID when provincial government is leaving it up to a federal member of parliament, a provincial member of parliament, to fill out the forms for citizens? Well, guess what? The Ontario government has a special loophole. They don't bother giving you a photograph if you live on the James Bay coast. They'll simply fill out the form and send it up to you with a Trillium logo. So it's amazing, Mr. Speaker. I've got thousands of wonderful-looking Cree families, and all of them's face looks like a Trillium logo because the province of Ontario doesn't even bother to ensure that these people have photo ID. And this is something they're expected to have if they're going to be able to vote. There's the issue of having an address. Well, I invite anybody to go into Fort Albany and ask people where they're at, what address they live at. People do not have street addresses that they go by, and we find that in all our communities. We have many of our communities where they simply do not have even the most basic registration. And in fact, if we're talking about administering an oath, well, I'd like to see that we have electoral officers who can come up and do the oaths in Cree or OG Cree, because many of the elders, for example, don't speak English. And many of the elders have not had the birth certificates and that we are trying to get them. So there is an issue of these community members being unfairly penalized because somebody somewhere might someday decide to defraud the system. And I find it's an outrageous thought. Imagine someone in Attawapiskat going up to the poll and claiming to be someone different when everybody knows who you are. I think they get run out of town fairly quickly. And unless the members of Parliament here think I'm making light of these issues, I'd like to quote some of the testimony that was brought before the committee from Anishinaabe Nation that represent the 70 communities across the Northern Treaty 9 area that I represent. They state, "We are concerned that these amendments to the Act will affect our elders. Many of these people do not have birth certificates. Few of them have a driver's license. Leaving their communities to acquire photo identification is a severe hardship, and in some instances, it will be neither feasible nor affordable. We can suggest that the proposed amendments have failed to take into consideration the reality of the people in our remote communities. They are based on the assumption that the majority of Canadian electors live in urban centres. Until government services are made available in an equitable manner to our people living in remote communities, and the amendments to the Act reflect the realities of the lives of our people, I suggest that the committee, if possible, visit some of our communities to better understand the challenges we face in our role as Canadian citizens." This is the message I'm hearing from the leadership in the Anishinaabe Nation and the Mushkegowuk tribal areas, and it's a message I want to bring to Parliament, that our people on the James Bay coast are not committing fraud. The biggest issue we have is encouraging them to see themselves as participants in the electoral system. That has been a hard sell, Mr. Speaker, and what we need to do is to ensure that more and more Canadians are entitled and encouraged to vote and made to feel that voting is something worthwhile. So I'd like to go back to the original point that I started to make. We have put this forward as the only act so far of electoral reform in this Parliament, and it's to deal with fraud. And yet we have had almost 0 cases of fraud in the electoral system. Yep. And yet we know that this act will disenfranchise hundreds, if not thousands, across Canada. So for the 1 person convicted of fraud in 2006, for the 0 persons in 2004, for the 3 convicted in 2000, what we're setting out to do is to go after many people on the margins who right now we should be trying to encourage to vote. And I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by this whole question of allowing political parties access to birthdays, because I could see some people might say, it's a minor issue, it's a way of ensuring fairness. I don't want to impugn any political parties here or any political regions in the country, but I would suggest that's in there for the most crassest political opportunism, because there's certain parties where the idea of outreach is they get your birth date and then they phone you on the birthday and say, "Hi, it's Bob, your MP, phoning you on your birthday," and that's supposed to suffice.
Who would do that?
And in fact, I first heard this trick. Mr. Speaker. You'll find it amazing. I first heard it from an MLA from Quebec who said, what? This is the one thing I do all year. I make sure I phone everybody on their birthday, and they love it. And you know what? I don't have to do much else. So what we're saying here is we need, in the interest, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of going after the fraudsters, we got to make sure that every political party in this country can ensure that they can phone the constituent on their birthday just to secure that vote. I would say that's the reason we're talking about this today, Mr. Speaker. Let's be honest. I know it's a sin as a politician, and I have to admit, I know it's a sin to give away trade secrets to the general public so that they know how politicians really act. But I feel incumbent at this moment to stand up and speak. The reason we want their birth date information is so we can hit them up on their birthday and secure a vote. I think that's fairly cynical, just as I feel a lot about this bill is, Mr. Speaker. So I would encourage the members to consider the larger issue that we have here, which is we have to find ways to start people feeling as if they have confidence in the democratic system, to feel as if they can partake in electoral involvement. I am concerned that what we're going after here is a chimera, because we have not seen the evidence of fraud to back up the need for this. If there was large areas of it, I would consider it. But at this point, I cannot see disenfranchising further the communities I have: Agoki, Kashechewan, Etawapiskat, Pewanak, Moosonee, Moose Factory. I can't see those people who've already been marginalized enough having to feel that they have to do anything more than to show up and say, "I'm a citizen of this country." Because as it says, Mr. Speaker, in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and I'll end on this note, every citizen of Canada has the right to vote in an election of members of the House of Commons or a legislative assembly and to be qualified for membership therein. End of story. No qualifications. It doesn't say anything about bringing out ID. It doesn't say anything about giving people your birthday information. You have that right.
May not be the member's birthday, but his time is up. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lanark, Renfrew, etc., etc.
That's very close, Mr. Speaker. It's Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, Eddington. I do love Renfrew County, but it is not in my constituency, although several other counties are. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to deal with the item that the member brought up in this intervention and also in some previous interventions where he stood up on questions and comments where he suggests that there is no electoral fraud in Canada. The Chief Electoral Officer presented himself to our committee, and that's not what he said. Initially, he said, we will prosecute, and we are prosecuting electoral fraud vigorously. So I said, tell us how much. Tell us how much you've actually done. Send us the information. You've been the Chief Electoral Officer for 5 elections. How many prosecutions? And it came back that he's done less than 1 prosecution per election. Now, I don't think the member is actually suggesting that less than 1 case of actual fraud occurs in the entire country over the course of more than 1 election. I think that a more plausible scenario here is that basically the way the law is written, it is impossible to prosecute electoral fraud. It is impossible to hunt down the voting, the multiple voting that occurs, because there is no record left behind. That's the problem. So this is an attempt to deal with that problem. And to give you an idea of how bad the problem is, in the riding of Trinity Spadina in the last election, we were told that thousands of people turned up on election day who did not have any record of their existence on the voters' rolls and were allowed to vote because the choice came down to either allowing them to vote en masse or basically freezing out large numbers. And one man, James DeFiore, says he voted 3 times. Once for the Liberals, once for the Conservatives, once for the Democrats. He is the only person being prosecuted by the Chief Electoral Officer after this election because he's the only one for whom they have any hard evidence whatsoever. Now, this is an attempt to deal with the fact that there's no evidence by creating a paper trail, by creating the ways of allowing people to vote legally and preventing others from voting multiple times or illegally when they're not eligible. I wonder if there's a response from the member to this particular problem.
For Timmins James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to make light of the matter, but the fact that they caught one buddy because he went and voted for the Tories, the Liberals, and the New Democrats in the same poll doesn't, to me, constitute proof that there's thousands of people running around the streets trying to vote from poll to poll to poll. We don't have the evidence. We need convictions. And I don't think that the law is simply lax. But the bigger issue, which goes back to my original point, Mr. Speaker, is that we do know that people are disenfranchised from their ability to vote. And that is the bigger issue here, is what are we doing to ensure that more people are brought into the electoral system and made to feel that they can vote. That is the #1 issue. And if we're talking about the major issue that we have to deal with in terms of electoral reform in this Parliament, then going after Joe with 3 personalities in Trinity Spadina or wherever he was, I don't think is the priority.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I understand some of the sensitivities about a date of birth. I'm pretty sure all of the members will agree that should there be any question, someone identifying their date of birth might in fact give them the information they need to do it. But I would think that the argument that there hasn't only been 1 or 2 frauds, etc., doesn't necessarily reflect how much fraud there is. In fact, if you don't have the tools to detect fraud, then how are you going to know unless you provide more tools? So, the other comment I'd like to make, Mr. Speaker, is I think we've done too much work over the years to try to raise the level of respectability of this profession, and to suggest, as the member has, that, give the list to the political parties and then say, MPs are going to use it to phone up people and say happy birthday. There's 100,000 plus people in everybody's riding. I mean, this is absolutely ludicrous. And of course, the parties do, in fact, have access to the list because that's part of the political process. But I think the issue here is you got to pick your priorities, Mr. Speaker. And I think that there are some certain benefits in terms of providing the scrutiny process of Electoral Day by having that additional piece of information, even for the simple case where 2 persons have identical names, to be able to make that identification proper.
For Timmins James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the member, I think, is running at cross purposes here. Because if we're talking about electoral scrutiny, that's one issue. But that's not what's being debated right now. What has been put in the bill, thanks to the interventions by some of the other parties added to the bill, is that not only do we take the election scrutineering information, but we turn it over for political parties. I think that's crass. I think that is something that engenders cynicism. That is not the role of what we should be looking at. If we're looking for further information to ensure fair scrutiny, I'd be more than open to talking about it. But I'm certainly not very keen on the image that it gives out, that we're going to turn this information over to political parties so they can mine it for political partisan purposes by sending out the crass little birthday cards to after the election. I think that is an extra abuse of the system. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I think it's incumbent upon us in the House to ensure that we go after abuse in the system, because we certainly don't want people 3 and 4 years after they're dead still being put the touch on to support certain candidates and certain political parties, because, we do have an ethical standard.
Order. The honourable member, resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt 1 to Fukin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure today to speak on Bill C-31 on the Canadian Elections Act and Public Service and Employment Act. I think it's important perhaps at the outset, Mr. Speaker, to give accolades to Elections Canada and the men and women who serve in that institution. What is probably not well known by many of the listeners today is that our Elections Canada, the people who work there, are really world-class individuals who do world-class work. Proof of the pudding in that is, in fact, that they have been asked time and time again over a long period of time to lend their expertise to countries just trying to get out of environments that were highly undemocratic, often fraught with individuals who grossly abused their power, often dictatorships. And in the ability of a country to move from a dictatorship into a democracy, Canada has lent its hand through our Elections Canada. And an individual who is no more responsible for that than anybody else, somebody who is one of the best and brightest, is the head of Elections Canada, Jean-Pierre Kingsley. Jean-Pierre Kingsley has led Elections Canada, and under his, I believe, 16-year tenure, has moved it into an institution that, as I said before, is world-class. Elections Canada has served in many areas, and I remember during the time when South Africa was moving from its dark days of apartheid into a rainbow nation and a democracy, it was Canada that came to the forefront to help the South Africans out to do something that was utterly inspiring and quite remarkable in moving from a draconian system into one that is a democracy without bloodshed. And all of us remember those times so long ago when we saw lineups of people that would extend for kilometers, individuals who for the first times in their life were able to go and exercise that most remarkable of democratic rights, the right to vote. Canada played an extraordinary role in that, as did Elections Canada, and in fact Jean-Pierre Kingsley and his team had a lot to do with it, as they did in the Ukraine, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Aceh, and so many others. Unfortunately, what has happened is that this government has, ironically, squeezed Mr. Kingsley out of his position. So no longer will Jean-Pierre Kingsley be Canada's Chief Electoral Officer, and I think in that we all lose. But if we're going to have electoral reform, Mr. Speaker, what is one thing that we could do to dramatically improve the ability of individuals to go out and exercise that mighty right to put their name against, put their tick mark against somebody that they want to represent them? It is electronic voting. In this era of new Windows operating systems, in these powerful computers that we have today and powerful operating systems, does it make sense to you that we cannot use the technologies that we have today to enable Canadians to vote electronically? There is no reason whatsoever, without putting the appropriate checks and balances in place, that we cannot have electronic voting. Imagine if we did that. Imagine what we could do if that was an option for Canadians to vote in a federal election. And imagine what that would do in terms of being able to garner and allow a greater number of people to exercise this right that so many have gone before and given their lives to enable us to do. It would be a remarkable thing, Mr. Speaker, in particular for a couple of populations. One are populations that are isolated, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, as members have mentioned before. And secondly, the youth. We know that many youth are not getting their information and news from the traditional media. They're getting it through other means, often through computers, often through the internet. Why not tap into that and enable people to vote electronically, which would enable people to exercise the democratic right and strengthen the democratic pillars of our country? It would, in my view, be a remarkable thing. But perhaps what is more important than how we elect individuals is the ability of those who we choose to come to this mighty House to exercise their ability to represent their constituents. I'm talking about democratic reform. The Conservative Party's roots was in the Reform Party, and I was a member of that party. In part, we came to this House to democratize this House. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, what happened to those ideals in that party long ago? What happened to the ability of enabling all members of Parliament to be able to innovate, to be able to drive ideas, to implement ideas work with members across party lines, work with bureaucracies, work with the best and brightest we have in our country to implement those solutions that Canadians need implemented. Our constituents have less patience for the shenanigans that take place in this House and much more interest in trying to find ways in which their elected officials can do their job to implement solutions in the best interests of the public. All of us here try to do that. But in fact, the system, I would argue, and you, sir, have been here a lot longer than perhaps any of us, you've seen a decline over time, particularly over the last year, I would argue, that decline has been precipitous. The Prime Minister was a member of the Reform Party. He knows from where it came. But his view is different from that party. His view is the opposite of trying to reform Parliament. He is an acolyte of the Straussian view of the world, who believes that a small group of people are destined to go and rule. This is a dangerous thing, and we're seeing it now where decisions are made not amongst caucus, but decisions are dictated to caucus from the Prime Minister's office, where a very tiny group of people in the Prime Minister's office are making these decisions for everybody. It's got to be disheartening for members who can serve well with their individual expertise that they have and serve their constituents, their communities, and our country, and this House by being able to have an ability to innovate and offer solutions that can be implemented in the public interest. Why do we not have that? I think the government is utterly remiss in not coming to this House, in being able to offer solutions to this House that we can work on, and I know my colleague from Vancouver Quadra has been a world-class innovator in these kinds of initiatives, and how we can democratize, how we can liberate parliaments, how we can enable us to draw the best and brightest of what we have in this House in the interest of the public. The Prime Minister and his caucus could tap into individuals like my colleague from Vancouver Quadra and tap into his long experience, expertise, and ideas. And there are others who can offer similar solutions. Why can't we reform the committees of the House? Why can't we allow individuals on those committees to do a better job for their constituents? There's no reason why that cannot happen. On the issue of the public service, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that the government can do that would be very innovative is to abolish the mandatory age of retirement. The mandatory age of retirement was put forth when the actual age of lifespan was in the late 50s, not today, which is 79 for a man and 81 for a woman. Being able to do that would be an innovative ability to reform the Public Service Act, Mr. Speaker. That's not in this bill, but ought to be. On the issue of accountability, Mr. Speaker, which the government speaks to about, one of the big lies is this Accountability Act that the government has put forward. It's tied into a number of other pulling the wool over the eyes initiatives that the government has produced. The Accountability Act is causing gridlock and will cause gridlock in the public service, Mr. Speaker. It will not enable the public service to do the job and liberate the innovation that resides in the outstanding men and women who serve in our public service. Rather, it's going to cause gridlock within the public service, and that, Mr. Speaker, is a shame because the public isn't aware of that. Our public service is well aware of that, but yet this bill that they passed does not actually works counter to the public interest. It is important, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that...
Point of order, the honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting here listening to the debate all day, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time a member has stood up and used House time to write his next householder. I would wonder if the member would focus back onto the issue before the House so that the other members who are putting in their time here can have a constructive debate. The member can write his householder tonight.
I'm not sure that was a point of order, but the honourable member for Esquimalt-Wanda-Fuca.
Well, just for the information of the member, Mr. Speaker, my householder was written a few weeks ago, so if he wants a copy, I'd be happy to send him a copy. But the reality, if he'd like to listen, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, I have a minute left, would be the fact that this particular act is part of a larger pattern of behavior on the part of the government to tell the public one thing but do something entirely different from that. For example, they cut the Enter Guide, saying that it's useless, and then resurrect it as something else, but water down a pale shadow of what itself, and claim to be in favor of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Being able to give Canadians $1,200 for childcare, but the reality of it, Mr. Speaker, is that it's not $1,200 because you get taxed on that, and they're not telling the public that. They're also, Mr. Speaker, talk about the Pacific Gateway strategy.
I'm sorry to inform the honourable member, but his time is over. And had he been speaking to the bill, I might even have allowed him a little bit more time. But questions and comments? The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure I'll get an answer to this question, but it's sincere. It's quite obvious the member did not do his research on this bill, but as I mentioned just a moment ago on a point of order, he's chosen to use his time to write some good quality work for his householder in the next edition. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the member if he's aware that the committee, an all-party committee that studied this bill intensively and invited experts from all over the country, indeed some around the world. We had video conferencing at that committee, and we spoke about a number of the issues that this member obviously has no clue about. And I just wonder, Mr. Speaker, if he's aware that his own party supported this, not just the members opposite, but the Liberal Party of Canada supported this and brought forward a number of fraud. But basically my question comes down to, Mr. Speaker, is why is the member so unprepared for this debate and so poorly researched? My question is the member not embarrassed to waste taxpayers' dollars while we all sit here trying to debate a different bill? This is planet Earth. Is he not embarrassed to behave like this in the House?
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca.
Well, obviously the member wasn't listening, Mr. Speaker, as his head was plunged down on his desk and not listening to what I was saying. But I will, for the sake of clarity, I'd be very happy to provide the member with a constructive solution that he may wish to take back to his caucus on the issue of electoral reform. And as all of us were speaking about before, on the issue of how we can involve more Canadians and increase the voter participation, which I think we're all concerned about, as I'm sure the member is, let me suggest to him this one thing, which was in the beginning of my speech. It is simply this. I would strongly urge the member to take to his caucus to investigate the use of electronic voting as a method to be able to deal with people who are living far away in remote areas, and also for the ability of individuals who previously, as members of my caucus and members of the NDP were mentioning, people who are being disenfranchised, people who don't feel they have a voice. And I particularly look towards, as I said in my speech, about the youth. The youth, as the member may or may not be aware, are not getting their information from the traditional media. They're getting their information through other means. And I would strongly advise the member to...
Maybe, I think there were others rising to ask questions. Were there not? Order. I'm sorry if there were no others rising to ask questions of the honourable member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
I just wanted to thank you, Speaker, and see if the member believes in the amendment that we put forward to take away the propriety of privacy concerns that we have, that is the birth date information, that the amendment that was put forward by the Bloc, supported by Liberals, and now I'm hearing the Conservative Party saying it's okay as well. Does he not share our concerns that political parties would have private information like birth dates of citizens? And if he doesn't have a problem with that, I'd be curious to know as to why he doesn't have a problem with that.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca.
Mr. Speaker, there was an issue that I never had an opportunity to because my time unfortunately ran out. I wish I had 20 minutes to speak on this very important topic, as I know you would love to give me that time. But I want to propose this to the member, and it's really got to do with the census. And I know a lot of our constituents are very concerned with the census on the identification issues that the member refers to. And one of the things that I hope that the government does is really look at the census that just took place on two counts. One are the non-core questions that the census asked, because a number of my constituents, at least, are, in their words, being harassed by Census Canada on obliging them to take part in ancillary aspects of the census that really have little to do with the kind of core information that the census has always been about. The second issue is really the identification mechanisms that are being used and which companies are being allowed to access this. I know that it was an ancillary company attached to an American company and I believe that a lot of our constituents have been quite concerned with that. So thank you very much for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will do my best to speak to the bill and talk about the issues related to the Elections Act. We're here to talk about Bill C-31, in case anybody that may have been tuned in may have got mixed up, given the debate we just heard. Now, the object of Bill C-31, as I understand it in my reading, is to amend the Canada Elections Act to improve the integrity of the electoral process by reducing the opportunity for electoral fraud. At least that's one of the elements of Bill C-31. Now, to start from that basis, we must be under the notion or under the view that there is widespread fraud that justifies the introduction of this bill and justifies us being preoccupied with it today. When I used to negotiate collective agreements for the Carpenters Union, and you'd sit down at the bargaining table and say, we want to change Clause 4 in our agreement, the first question the employer would always ask is, well, what has the experience been? Has this clause been a problem that warrants amending it? So my colleague from Timmins James Bay pointed out the actual empirical evidence, the incidence of electoral fraud, at least the convicted cases, is so insignificant and minuscule that it makes me wonder why we would burn up our political energy, our political capital, the House of Commons resources to address this particular issue as in the context of all of the things we could be talking about in terms of elections and how we conduct them and electoral reform. We've seized on this issue of fraud. And I would argue, as my colleague from Ottawa Centre has pointed out, that voter turnout is a far more compelling problem in this country than the almost insignificant instance of convicted fraud. Voter turnout, I believe it was about 60% of all registered voters in the last election voted, but only 50% of all eligible people voted. 50%, Mr. Speaker. Now, I would think that that would be a cause of grave concern to anybody who embraces the democracy and espouses to want to use our time to enhance the process, I suppose. Even the Chief Electoral Officer, when he testified before the committee, testified that electoral fraud, he did not see the need for these measures, if I can paraphrase him, Mr. Speaker. So my colleague from Timmins James Bay went through the incidents, the actual incidents, that only one person in the last federal election, of the 10 million people who voted, only one person was actually convicted of fraud. It turned out he wasn't yet a Canadian citizen. Perhaps he misunderstood the rules. He was a landed immigrant, but he didn't have a citizenship. Somehow he did manage to cast a ballot. The system caught him. He was given an absolute discharge. I guess whoever looked at it, the elections commissioner, determined this wasn't malicious. It was, in fact, erroneous. It was more in error, but we are glad that the system was working such that this person got tripped up. But he got 30 days of community service, I believe he was asked to do, and then it ultimately wound up in an absolute discharge. But the NDP is passionate about this issue for a number of good reasons, Mr. Speaker. If you were here to hear the speech from the member from Vancouver East, I think you would have been moved in that I know that my colleague from Vancouver East has tried to address the issue of disenfranchisement and enabling more low-income people to vote who otherwise may fall through the cracks. She's gone to enormous lengths. She's even set up voter registration tables with lawyers working pro bono, free of charge, to help people who may not have the prerequisite pieces of ID or may, for whatever reason, not been enumerated. Because I could point out one of the things that does deserve our attention is the appalling condition of the permanent voters list and the lack of enumeration that goes on in the current regime. Mr. Speaker, as a member representing the riding of Winnipeg Centre, where there's a high and transient, a high incidence of low-income people and a transient population, I can tell you that the permanent voters list is of almost no value to us in certain neighborhoods, because when they stopped doing the door-to-door enumeration, they lost track of tens of thousands of people. And I say that with no fear of exaggeration or being accused of any contradiction. So the permanent voters list and the full door-to-door enumeration, those are areas we should be debating in the House of Commons today. I'm not sure we should be debating this non-issue, this notion that there's widespread fraud, as my colleague from Timmins pointed out as well. I think, it was my colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster, Burnaby Douglas, I believe, pointed out. He said, if you did want to write a new law about electoral fraud, you should have pulled together a committee of failed Conservative and Liberal candidates who may be authorities on the subject, given the way some nominations are run that we know in this country. So maybe there are people who have had personally frustrating experiences within their own parties, but don't extrapolate that onto the population as a whole. The second thing I would raise, Mr. Speaker, I'm the spokesperson for my party for ethics, privacy, and access to information. Under the privacy category, I'm appalled that we are considering putting the date of birth on the voters list. You will now have a voters list with a name, address, phone number, and date of birth. That is a recipe for identity theft. You might as well hand somebody a kit. Say anybody that wants, this is all you need to steal somebody's identity and get credit cards, etc. This is appalling. We're just in the process at our committee of reviewing PIPEDA, the Personal Information Protection Act, for its review. Well, it's all about the obligation, the duty to protect personal identity that you have in your possession. So, I know how voters lists end up getting distributed within election campaigns. Sometimes a page gets torn out and given to a canvasser and said, here, go canvass this, couple of blocks. Here's the voters list. It gets circulated widely and freely. And I think that alone would make this particular bill subject to a number of legal challenges. I believe the stricter requirements about identification will have the net effect of disenfranchising people to the point where those barriers will be deemed to be in violation of the Charter and the right to cast your ballot. I believe there's enough in this bill that it will be challenged and probably won't survive that challenge. So the privacy issue alone is enough reason to condemn this bill. The idea is that we're throwing up barriers for low-income people and marginalized people and people with, unstable addresses and a lack of ID to vote, I believe could constitute a charter issue. And the third thing, the most frustrating thing perhaps, is that in the context of this 39th Parliament, it's unlikely electoral reform will in fact come back to us. Although there is a private...
Order. I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable member, but the time allotted for orders of the day has expired. So it being the honourable member will have 2 minutes left when the House resumes debating this bill at some future point. It being 1742, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-207, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit for new graduates working in designated regions, standing in the name of Mr. Bouchard. Mr. Bouchard, seconded by Mr. Roy, moves that Bill C-207, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit for new graduates working in designated regions, be now read a second time and refer to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. Mr. Speaker, in order to put a halt to the exodus of young graduates towards large urban centers, and in order to encourage their migration to the regions where they can undertake their professional career, I suggest that we amend the Income Tax Act for new graduates who are working in designated regions. I myself come from a resource region in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area, and I see on a daily basis the impact of the youth brain drain from my region. The tax credit is aimed at an individual who, in the 2 years following completion of a recognized degree or diploma, takes a job in his or her area of specialty in a designated region. Mr. Speaker, recognized diplomas generally certify that the individual has completed a technical, college, professional, university education. This bill would enable an individual to benefit for a maximum period of 52 weeks from a tax credit to a maximum of $8,000. By using this year's tax table, I can give you a few examples of the positive impact that such a tax credit would have. For an individual earning an income of $30,000, the total amount of the federal tax to be paid would be $2,695. He would be credited with this amount if we were to apply this tax measure for new graduates. If the individual earned an income of $40,000, the amount of the credit would be $4,172, whereas someone who has an income of $50,000 would get a tax credit of $6,000. I'd like to point out that this is a credit for new graduates working in designated regions, and that the figures represent the situation of a taxpayer who has no personal tax credit. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the members of the House of Commons that the Government of Quebec adopted back in 2003 a measure which is very similar. The first year that it was put into practice, 2,500 individuals took advantage of the new tax measure offered by the Government of Quebec. By the next year, this amount had increased substantially, and now they were to the point where 9,700 individuals were benefiting from the tax credit. The measure had a very clear impact on Quebec's administrative regions. In Abitibi-Témiscamingue, more than 1,200 people benefited from the tax credit in 2005. In the Lower St. Lawrence area, more than 1,600 people. In Gaspé and the Magdalen Islands, nearly 800 individuals benefited. North Shore, more than 1,000 people, whereas in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, more than 4,000 people took advantage of the tax credit. This is a significant number. By the second year, the number had gone beyond 10,000 individuals. We could therefore conclude that several thousand people who may not have settled in the regions for their first job decided to do so. In some cases, the spouses decided to remain in the region, and they too found a job. The Government of Quebec, just last spring, amended the tax credit, bringing it up to a maximum of $3,000 per year, and this would represent $8,000 over a 3-year period rather than over a 1-year period. Bill C-207 suggests that proposes that we establish a tax credit for a 1-year period. In this manner, we'll be able to more readily assess the impact that such a measure would have on our young people, and we'd be able to make any necessary changes if necessary. In addition to the youth brain drain, there's a scarcity of skilled labor, and this is a real problem in the regions because these people tend to migrate to the urban centers, the large centers. By implementing such a measure, we'll put a stop to the demographic hemorrhaging or bleeding, and this would make it easier for processing industries to find the skilled labor that they need. We should point out that many of the jobs found in the region require specialized skilled laborers, particularly for the operations, further processing activities, whether I'm talking about forestry, metallurgy, or hydroelectricity. Unfortunately, skilled labor is often easier to find in large centers than it is in the region. This limits many companies and prevents them from moving to these regions. So we have to think that some companies located in the regions have to remain small or find it more difficult to expand due to a shortage of labor. We need to show that there is hope for the young people in our regions. Mr. Speaker, you have to live in a resource-based region in order to really understand the demographic problems that are facing these regions. The economic upheavals caused by this youth brain drain is disastrous. Our young people are leaving our regions, and the new arrivals, the newcomers, prefer to set up in the large centers. But we can't abandon the men and women who choose to live outside the big cities. With the exodus of young people and an aging population, these smaller communities are no longer so dynamic. Although the brain drain is not a new phenomenon, it was compensated for decades by a high birth rate, but this is no longer the case. That's why the government of Quebec over the past few years is trying to encourage young people to remain in the region. Some municipalities have decided to get on board by providing property tax holidays for new residents for a period of several years. As an example, the town of Montjoly in Gaspé gives a 100% property tax holiday for 3 years to all residents to decide to build a new home. There are also many incentives for businesses or new landowners. This is just as an example that shows the urgency of the situation. Mr. Speaker, the government of Quebec, certain municipalities, and even a few business people are moving heaven and earth to try and save their towns and villages that are part of our collective heritage. The federal government must do its bit to keep our young people in the region and encourage them to come and live in the regions. This is why I've decided to present in my name Bill C-207. I come from a resource-based region, and therefore I can see the unfortunate situations that is occurring in the wonderful, beautiful area of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. In 2006, the tax credit for new graduates in the government of Quebec cost about $30 million. On a Canada-wide scale, such a program would cost about 4 to 5 times more. But this is a measure that the government of Canada can afford to pay, and it will be beneficial for all Canadians and Quebecers. Although the situation is not so troubling in other areas of Canada, we have noted that economic activity is gradually moving from the rural areas to the urban centers. Therefore, in Saskatchewan, for example, and in Manitoba, there is a situation, an economic situation that is becoming more and more difficult because these regions are not growing. This is a troubling problem for all provinces of Canada. I would therefore encourage the members of the House to support this bill so that our resource-based regions and our rural communities can benefit from it and keep their young people who, in many cases, want to stay there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Deputy de Gaspésie.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie and Île-de-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to point out the work done by the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, because presenting this type of bill demonstrates the big challenge that we have. One of the biggest challenges we have is to ensure that our regions, and I come from a resource-based region, that our regions have access to development. And I'd like to ask the member the following question. How, and I think he has already clearly described this measure, but could he explain further how this particular bill will ensure that the federal government can help communities such as ours? I fully understand that he feels the federal government has a responsibility, but I would like to hear from my colleague whether there are some more positive aspects to this bill. I know that I'd like to give him an opportunity to expand on what these positive aspects in this bill are. In my opinion, I feel that this is a very relevant measure, showing that once again that the people in the Bloc Québécois take its responsibilities seriously. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, we have to recognize that this is part and parcel of an economic development project, and that this is a responsibility of the government of Quebec. However, in our Constitution, according to our Constitution, we pay taxes to government levels, and it's understandable that if we pay taxes to the federal government, that the federal government do its bit. And in the populations are shrinking in regions, and this is occurring not only in Quebec but elsewhere. And the advantage that we could get from such a measure is that, well, it's an incentive. It's an incentive to encourage people to go to the regions, and with this money, young people could invest in a house. It's an incentive. It's a way to encourage our young people to settle in a resource-based region and to start a family and have a job. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Cape Breton Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's certainly an interesting private member's initiative on the part of my colleague from Chicoutimi-Fjord. And any initiative, I think, that wants to encourage and promote further growth and investment in the regions, I think that it's one I feel compelled to engage on and to certainly study and give it my foremost attention. I share many of the same concerns as my colleague. Certainly, I believe in the regions, and I believe in the importance of the regions. I know that that's where we grow our crops, that's where we harvest our fish, that's where we mine our minerals. From the regions, we make a great contribution to the economy of this country, and indeed to the overall fabric and the mosaic of this great nation. I think that certainly some regions are better prepared and are faring better than others, but I think sometimes initiatives have to be undertaken in order that all Canadians have the opportunity to engage and to share in the wealth of this great nation. As I said, a great number of areas in the country are doing so extremely well. Certainly from my area of the country, from Cape Breton and eastern Nova Scotia, we've had a tremendous engagement in the Alberta tar sands. The phenomena of the Alberta tar sands, Fort McMurray, and really it's a great resource that is being shared by all Canadians. It's when you see the numbers of people that go out to the West to work. I know that many employers in the West now are getting much better at accommodating Eastern workers and workers from Quebec, workers from the regions of this country, where we see them going out now for 6 weeks and then 2 weeks back. So that wealth is coming back to those communities, I think, and that is a positive thing. There's a bit of a social void where those people are out of the community for an extended period of time, away from their families, an extended period of time, and that certainly causes concern. They're not able to do the volunteer work with the minor hockey associations and the various associations, but at least that the money, the income, and those benefits are coming back into the community. So I see that as a positive thing. I don't see it as the answer for the regions. I think I share the opinion as well, I think there is a responsibility on the part of the federal government to do all in its power to allow the regions to continue to grow and prosper. And certainly in my area, in Cape Breton-Canso, the constituency of Cape Breton-Canso, we've been a benefactor of, in recent years, of some valuable investments within our community. And again, my colleague had identified several that had been undertaken within his constituency. We've benefited from Enterprise Cape Breton Corporation. And I recognize that there's no miracle plan, there's no magic cure to develop regions. It's a constant, hard work, learn from your experience type of initiative, and that's how you grow the region. But we've had success, and over the last 8 to 10 years, the unemployment rate has dropped in our community from 25% to now it's down to 12.5%. Now, much of that, or a significant portion of that, is because some people have left the area, which is unfortunate. But still, we've had growth in the job sector, and we've made some good investments, Mr. Speaker, and we've had access to some tools. And I think the essence of this private member's bill is really giving the regions another tool in order to recruit and retain some of that human resource, some of that young human resource. So any time that we can add another tool to that kit to grow the regions, I think it's imperative that we do. I know in Nova Scotia we have the payroll tax credit, and that was a program that was set up by a past Liberal provincial government, really under the stewardship of former Economic Development Minister Manny MacDonald. And that has been a tool that the province of Nova Scotia has really made use of, and any companies coming in that invest in that province have really identified that as a tool that has certainly been unfortunate. But still, we've had growth in the job sector, and we've made some good investments, Mr. Speaker, and we've had access to some tools. And I think the essence of this private member's bill is really giving the regions another tool in order to recruit and retain some of that human resource, some of that young human resource. So any time that we can add another tool to that kit to grow the regions, I think it's imperative that we do. I know in Nova Scotia we have the payroll tax credit, and that was a program that was set up by a past Liberal provincial government, really under the stewardship of former Economic Development Minister Manny MacDonald. And that has been a tool that the province of Nova Scotia has really made use of, and any companies coming in that invest in that province have really identified that as a tool that has certainly paid benefit to them and has enticed them to come and invest in the province of Nova Scotia. I know the past government was committed to regional economic development, where we identified in the budget 2005 over $800 million that was to be allocated to regional economic development through FedNor, through ACOA, through the regional economic development agencies. And certainly that was a testament to the belief that the past government had in regional economic development. Through Enterprise Cape Breton Corporation and ACOA, we've been able to invest in infrastructure. I've got a couple of communities, Mr. Speaker, Inverness in my constituency, which had we not come in as a federal government and invested in access to water, there was a business in our community that wanted to expend their capability to process crab. Now, very noble, and they had the business plan put forward. But one thing that's, it's the purchase of equipment, it's the investment in human capital, but also access to an incredible supply of fresh water in order to process that crab. Now, the company was not able to really make that investment because their business plan was to invest in the equipment for the processing. But as a federal agency, we were able to come in, partner with the municipality, and allow access to that fresh water, which enabled that business to go forward and create the additional jobs. So that was a good partnership there. Big success. Preferred loans is another important aspect where we can sometimes access to capital in the regions, and I'm sure anybody that lives in a region will talk to businesses, and the business people will tell them, you know, if you're downtown Toronto, if you're in Mississauga and you want to make an investment in a building, no problem getting the banks to line up. But if you're in a region of this country, it's very tough to get access to capital. So one of the great tools that we've used has been preferred loans, and where we can make an investment, a loan to a company, and they come in on the back end of a project. We loan them money. It's at a lower rate. It's at a lower interest rate, and as well a couple of years of holiday before the repayments have to be made. And let me state here that the repayment of these loans are on caliber with the repayment loans of the major banks, of the major lending organizations. We've had that type because we've been able to stand with those business operators and work with them in the early days of their business. As well, Mr. Speaker, one final one was targeted investments, and we've had great success with targeted investments because these young people that my colleague talked about, if we want to bring them to the regions, they have to have opportunity in the regions in which to come to. So these targeted investments, a lot of time, a project may just be so vast. We had a $24 million project in Glace Bay, and the company that came in was very willing to roll up the sleeves and make an investment, but it couldn't carry the entire burden, and some investments had to be made in the structure. And we made those key investments as an unforgivable loan, as a forgivable loan, Mr. Speaker, and we created 1,200 jobs in downtown Glace Bay. That was 5 years ago, and they continue to earn wages, receive benefits, and contribute to that community, and it's been a great investment. And certainly the federal government has gotten its money back 2 times over. So, Mr. Speaker, I think these tools all go together to increase activity in the regions, to impact on the economy of the regions, and I think that this particular initiative may prove that it has some merit. We're not willing to support it outright, but I think it deserves an opportunity to be looked at through committee. There are a couple of concerns we have. Employment related to their degree is one of the aspects of this bill, and we'd like to see the criteria on that fleshed out considerably more. We want to get certainly any regulation or any program that goes forward, there's an opportunity for abuse, and we certainly don't want that to happen. But this particular bill, I think it deserves an opportunity to go to committee. I think it should be studied, and if the proper criteria can be placed on this bill, then we'll certainly look at supporting. But I think, I can join with my Liberal caucus colleagues and support this in going forward to the committee, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a privilege to engage in debate today with my honourable colleagues on Bill C-207, sponsored by the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Fior. This bill proposes to provide a non-refundable tax credit to new graduates who engage in, quote, qualifying employment within 2 years of graduation, and I'll get into what that means in a minute. The credit would be the lesser of 40% of earnings in the first 52 weeks of qualifying employment, or $8,000, and could be used over 2 years. For the purposes of the credit, qualifying employment would involve duties that are related to the skills the new graduate attained during his or her education or training, and this work would have to be carried out in a, quote, designated region, which refers to any of the regions listed in the Regional Development Incentives Act. The proposed definition of designated region is one of the things I'll be talking about in a minute, Mr. Speaker. Now, I think all of us in this House want to make sure that all regions of this country flourish and have the workers and the skills that they need, and also to encourage young people to not just look at the big centres, the hot centres, but to look at the advantages of being another part of the country. And I commend my colleague for addressing this issue. However, Mr. Speaker, although the proposal that's before us sounds good in theory, there are a number of inconvenient and rather cold practical facts that I think the House needs to consider when looking at this measure. The first concern, Mr. Speaker, is that there appears to be no clear rationale or specific necessity behind the proposed tax credit. There's kind of a feeling that it would be nice to help young people settle wherever they want, even if it isn't in a hot center, but there's no demonstrated facts that would show that the honourable member hasn't shown that there is a particular shortage of skilled workers in these designated areas. There's no facts to show that employers in the regions are unable to find the skilled workers they need. There's no evidence to show that even if employers are offering good compensation and working conditions, that skilled workers are unwilling to come. And so if there is a real need for skilled workers, then why a measure that only targets new graduates, Mr. Speaker? All skilled workers wanting to relocate into such a region should be considered. Why propose a tax credit available to recent graduates if there's no demand for their newly acquired skills in a particular region? And above all, Mr. Speaker, we need to remember that we are the government of Canada. And so a government putting forward a measure to entice region graduates to work in certain regions rather than other regions can hardly be called a good national policy, Mr. Speaker. And so these are just some of the gaps in the proposed credit that has been brought forward in this bill. There doesn't appear to be any concrete reason to provide additional incentives, just some suggestion that maybe people could settle and raise families in certain regions, but they could do that anyway, Mr. Speaker. And I think we have to question the effectiveness of the time-limited credit that would provide tax relief for the first 52 weeks of a new graduate's qualifying employment, but then it stops. And so, Mr. Speaker, I fail to see how a 52-week tax credit would be able to really attract and retain skilled workers and have people settle and raise families, as the members talked about, just for a 52-week tax credit. More likely that a tax credit might bring people into a particular region for a short term, but then they would move on to greener pastures. And if that were true, Mr. Speaker, that a tax credit is helpful, then the very generous tax incentives would be needed for skilled workers to choose work in these regions. And if that is the case, if there are generous tax credits needed, then would they stay when those credits were no longer available? Is it good policy? Is it good use of public funds to pay large subsidies that will clearly produce no lasting benefits? I think you have to conclude, Mr. Speaker, that the answer is no. One also has to question the appropriateness and fairness of using the tax system to provide benefits to graduates choosing to work in certain regions but excluding graduates who choose to work in other regions. A new graduate working in one of these designated regions would be able to earn up to about $56,000 in their first year of employment without paying any federal tax at all, but the same graduate doing the same work, say a mere kilometre outside the boundary of one of these regions, would pay an extra $8,000 in federal income tax on the same earning. And the co-worker of this new recruit would also pay $8,000 in federal tax. So this can hardly be considered equitable from any one standpoint, Mr. Speaker, and I think members of this House would certainly expect to hear complaints from those who did not qualify for the credit. This, of course, would result in pressure to greatly expand the existing list of special designated region, extend it to all workers who are not region graduates. One of the other problems is that the bill does not identify specific occupations or skills that are supposed to be in short supply in any of the designated regions. The bill uses some broad language about eligible work, being that for which the duties relate to the graduate's training or education, but that would be extremely difficult to enforce. In practice, those with training and skills in low demand would receive the same tax credit as those with training and skills that are strongly needed. And this goes against the supposed purpose of ensuring that designated regions have better access to needed skills, because new graduates could come into these regions with unneeded skills or with low demand for their skills and get the very same $8,000 tax credit as those that the regions actually really need. And so the bill wouldn't really help to encourage specific graduates to stay and relocate where they are needed most. Another issue to be considered is that the proposed credit may cause undue strain on other regions of the country that are also trying to attract Canada's recent graduates. There would be an $8,000 disparity in the tax burden between new graduates who would work in these designated regions and those who did not. This could mean that regions not fortunate enough to be included in the list of designated regions could experience greater difficulty attracting new talent, especially if they are located near designated regions. How could it possibly be the role of the Government of Canada to provide incentives to recent recruits to locate in certain regions of the country to the detriment of other regions? Now, Mr. Speaker, the definition of a designated region leads me to another point, an important point, because the list of these special regions is found in a supplementary section to the Regional Development Incentive Acts, which I already mentioned. This act and its list of regions have quite an interesting list in them. For example, Mr. Speaker, the list in this act includes whole provinces and territories: Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Yukon, and Northwest Territories. All of those are designated regions under the Act. So every single graduate working any part of these provinces would be eligible for an $8,000 credit against federal income tax. Every part of the country that needs equal opportunity to attract workers based on current economic conditions and labour market needs would lose out because of this arrangement that is being suggested in this bill. So, for example, the entire province of Saskatchewan is a designated region under the Act, where it says existing opportunities for productive employment in the region are exceptionally inadequate. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that unemployment in Saskatchewan is currently at 3.9%, well below the national unemployment average, which is just over 6%. Another example, Manitoba is included in the list, but its unemployment rate is 4.2%, again, well below the national average. And so, Mr. Speaker, the proposed credit would provide inequity among the regions. It would involve significant cost. It would also be a disincentive for skills or areas that need particular skills to be able to attract them. And so, Mr. Speaker, because this measure is not shown to be necessary, is poorly targeted, and is manifestly unfair, I'm unable to support this private member's bill. I trust that my colleagues will carefully consider the points I've raised today and also vote against the bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-207, which has been moved by the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. The bill is intended to amend the Income Tax Act so that new graduates who go to work in certain areas will receive a tax credit which will be non-refundable for the first year of their work. The tax credit, and I must say that I represent a region where there is a very strong economy and there is low unemployment, but I wondered if indeed this would be a measure which could even help in my area, which also helped me in my thinking about the bill, was this. Last week I had the opportunity of meeting with some 30 young people from rural areas in British Columbia. Amongst them, there were some new graduates and also some who were
almost ready to graduate. Here's the conclusion that I drew from my meeting with them and my reflection. The NDP can support this bill in principle because I believe that it would create a more fair playing field between rural communities and urban centres, which have a significant advantage in attracting qualified workers. It would be positive also for low and middle income families in rural Canadian communities, and would strengthen the economic and social condition of those communities, addressing both depopulation and youth out-migration issues. That being said, I think it must be said that this bill is a very small step towards resolving the issues it addresses. For example, it encourages graduates to work in economically depressed regions, but only for 1 year. As has been pointed out by our colleague, the Quebec program upon which this bill is modeled, if I understand correctly, is more gradually distributed, a maximum of $3,000 per year, up to $8,000 lifetime, effectively stretching the incentive to 3 or more years. Therefore, a year-long incentive, well, I'm not too sure if that would suffice to reach the objectives that have been set by the honourable member in his bill. A second concern that I have with respect to this is that it's a program that could prove to be highly ineffective on its own without a more comprehensive plan of regional development. The proposed tax credit would send graduates to regions defined by the Regional Development Incentives Act as those that, quote, require special measures to facilitate economic expansion and social adjustment. Specifically, those regions in which existing opportunities for productive employment are exceptionally inadequate. So I'm wondering if it would be wise to send graduates out to these regions where there are exceptionally inadequate employment opportunities. For those people that live there already, we would have to create more jobs in those communities to be able to attract more workers to the area.
Instead, or perhaps in addition to this tax credit incentive, in my view, it would be wiser to enhance the summer career placement program as opposed to cutting it in half, as the Conservatives are proposing to do. And this would have the benefit of increasing employment opportunities in economically depressed regions. Now, the Conservatives saw some flaws in this program that are real, but that should have and could have been remedied. Rural and low employment communities, as well as non-profit sector employers in urban areas, should continue to benefit from this program, especially in light of the enormous student debt that that new graduates are facing at the moment. In the last Parliament, an all-party committee unanimous report by the Human Resources Committee recommended substantial changes to the funding allocation formula for the summer career placement program, which is presently based on the number of students in the riding. When the 2001 census numbers were factored into the formula, there were significant cuts in several ridings, especially the rural, northern, inner city, or smaller ones. The committee recommended that disadvantaged and rural populations be factored into riding allocation formulas. The committee also recommended that students over 30, often single mothers, be eligible. Right now, only students 15 to 30 may apply. The Summer Career Placement Program is a very valuable one for numerous nonprofit groups who could not otherwise offer competitive wages or afford to hire students at all to do valuable work in the community. And as well for small-town rural business people to help students avoid having to go to bigger cities to find work. The government is saying they'll better target the program to at-risk youth and to ensure that profitable businesses who can afford to pay higher wages don't get subsidized. I agree that the program could be better targeted, but targeting does not mean cutting. They could target better at current funding levels and have a far greater impact. The NDP would propose instead to restore full funding for the summer career placement program and implement the committee's recommendations that I have already mentioned. The NDP would also get to work in tackling the root of the problem, and that is unaffordable post-secondary education, especially for rural and low-income families. If we want to attract graduates to economically depressed areas, ideally they should be from these regions and be coming home to work. But right now, tuition and other education costs have grown out of reach for even middle-income families in Canada. And that is what we must, that is the problem that we must tackle. Debt burdens are overwhelming for Canadian graduates and are just as they begin their careers, they're foreclosing their options and their career choice. The traditional liberal conservative answer has been to make student loans more accessible and therefore dramatically increase student debts in Canada. It has allowed students from rural areas to benefit and to get post-secondary education, but they simply complete their program burdened with unacceptable debt. As I said, what we would propose is to tackle the root of the program by making post-secondary education more affordable, by creating a national program of non-repayable grants that would prevent these huge debt levels. We would also propose to overhaul the student loan system, which has become very inflexible. So retargeting to those in greater need is really a piece of the solution that I hope my colleague from the Bloc who has proposed this bill would consider as a partial solution to the problem that they face in certain areas. Le projet de loi est
The bill is motivated by a laudable intention, and it's the beginning of a solution to a very serious problem in certain parts of Canada. However, I would urge the member for Chicoutimi-Le to encourage his colleagues from the Bloc and all other members of the House to support the NDP's vision for post-secondary education, which is a full and comprehensive vision that would bring hope to Canada's students and our rural and small communities in Canada. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haute-Gaspésie-Métan-Metapedia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was surprised to hear what the Parliamentary Secretary had to say earlier. I'm sorry, but I felt like I was in another universe on another planet. You really can't understand what is happening in the regions, what is happening within this country and has been happening for the past 50 or 60 years. And I'm not only talking about Quebec, but all of Canada. It's as if one has never visited these regions, because you can't have visited these regions and not understand how people are leaving. If there is a problem when it comes to migration of young people, then the best example is Newfoundland. Newfoundland is losing its young people at an alarming rate, and this brings out the old myths about regions, as if the regions, when you say region, you say remote, you say resource. We've been given so many names, but it's as if all of these areas, these remote areas, were living the expense of the larger centers, but that's quite the opposite. You talk about the resource regions because these regions provide products and natural resources to ensure the livelihood and the industries in the larger cities, to ensure that these cities will have products to sell. And there's also a human dimension that is provided by the regions to these larger municipalities. Because if you talk about an exodus of young people, you are talking about young people who are qualified and well-trained, and they go for further training in the large urban centers. And these young people are working in the large urban centers and helping these centers to survive. But that's a myth. And there's another one, and that is that I hear this quite often, that the entrepreneurial spirit is not as present in the regions, and that's not right, and that's why my colleague Foshikutsimi Lefiao wanted to introduce this bill. It's wrong to say that there are fewer entrepreneurs in the regions. In fact, it's much the contrary when you compare it to the size of the population. And this has been demonstrated by the Government of Canada and Quebec in the past. And I'd like to tell the Parliamentary Secretary that perhaps there should be some reading of a Senate report published in 2006, and it involves fighting poverty and the exodus in rural regions, and this applies to all of Canada. It was an excellent report published in December 2006. During the Christmas holidays, I even read it, and I was very happy to read it because what is in this report confirmed what I already knew, confirmed what is happening in the regions. And what is happening in the regions of this country is that there is an exodus and the population is aging, and the exodus of the population is even becoming more accelerated, and this is very dangerous because you have to occupy the land, but you have to do it intelligently. You have to support the rural communities, all communities in the region. But how can you support all of the regions? Well, the bill that was introduced by our colleague Foshikutsimi Lefiao is one measure, one step that has been quite successful in Quebec. But this wasn't only done in Quebec, it was done elsewhere throughout the world in some European countries, and the results were quite positive. To say that you don't have qualified manpower in the regions is to close your eyes to the phenomenon. For example, in healthcare, there's a crying need for healthcare workers in the regions, and it's so bad that some centers will have to close, and that it doesn't only apply to my riding or the Lower St. Lawrence, it also applies to Western Canada, to Newfoundland, to regions elsewhere in the country. And the fact that the young people are leaving means that with the aging population, there's a constant pressure for more services. And there's another phenomenon as well when it comes to services that have to be provided by all levels of government. At some point the costs will increase, and then certain things will have to be set aside, for example, rural routes or delivery. And I had put a question during question period on an airport in my writing. It's a very concrete example where a region is being penalized because a transportation system was let go, it was privatized, and the government is washing its hands of it now. Now, there's a big business, everyone's familiar with it. I'm not trying to advertise it, but we have the headquarters for a big undertaking called TELUS, and they are threatening to leave Rimouski, which is just beside Montjoly, because the plane from Vancouver, the plane that carries the big bosses from Vancouver, no longer lands at Montjoly because they don't have the necessary instruments. So if the weather is bad, they end up in Quebec City. And TELUS is actually threatening to leave the region. And this is a large business. It's not it doesn't employ a few people, but a large number of people. So this is an example of something that the federal government could do but hasn't done. And I have another example from the Gaspé region, and my colleague from Gaspé-Îles-Îles was speaking about it recently. It's a train service. You try to set up a business in an area where there's hardly any air transportation or rail transportation, where the roads are inadequate. And this is what they're asking the regions to do. They're asking the regions to make an effort to say, well, be creative, more creative than the large urban centers, and see how you can manage with the little bit that we've given you. If you want to build a country like Quebec, then the regions have to be populated, and there has to be a good quality of life. People must benefit from these services and must have the services provided to them. A young woman who's pregnant in Saint-Anne-des-Monts should have access to a gynecologist. And that's a specialized type of employment. When we talk about health care and specialized employment, that's a wonderful example. That person, if her pregnancy is a difficult one, would have to move 200 miles away to get the proper care. So she's not likely to stay in Saint-Anne-des-Monts. We have to encourage these people to remain in these regions. Jobs are available, and we need measures such as the one that has been introduced here by my colleague, because the federal government has a role to play. The Quebec government is doing what it is supposed to do, but the federal government isn't, and they have to support the development measures that have been brought forward by the Quebec government and by the governments of other provinces. It's essential, because if the federal government doesn't support these measures, then we are paying taxes to this government for nothing. In fact, I'm becoming more and more convinced of that every day. You know what party I represent. I want Quebec to be sovereign so that we can finally undertake true regional development in our area, so that young people can come back. And you're telling me I only have a minute left, Mr. Speaker, so I want to ensure that we can build a country for the well-being of all of the communities on this land.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to engage in debate today in the House on Bill C-207, sponsored by the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lafleur. Bill C-207 proposes an income tax credit for new graduates taking employment in certain regions. The credit would be equal to 40% of earnings from the first 52 weeks of qualifying employment, to a maximum credit of $8,000. Qualifying employment would be employment in a designated region, and employment duties would need to be related to the graduate's education. A designated region for the purpose of the credit is an area defined in Section 3 of the Regional Development Incentives Act. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of very significant problems with this bill that should be of concern to the members of this House. The bill proposes to create a tax credit to address skill shortages in designated regions, but no evidence is provided as to the existence of these shortages. The designated regions that the bill references are drawn from a list that has not been updated in more than 2 decades. It simply does not account for the economic changes that have taken place during that period of time. The credit proposed in this bill would also introduce very serious inequities in the tax system. Inequities between recent graduates and those who graduated early. Inequities between new graduates who work in different regions. Finally, the credit would entail a very large fiscal cost for a tax measure that would ultimately not result in new jobs for new graduates anywhere in the country. This squanders public money, Mr. Speaker, and diverts fiscal resources away from measures that could actually help regional development, that do create the type of economic environment within all regions of Canada to help them grow and prosper. Mr. Speaker, this bill tries to use the tax system to encourage new graduates to work in certain regions of Canada in order to address perceived skill shortages, but attempts to do that in ways that in the end would make the tax measure ineffective. The bill, for example, would only provide tax relief with respect to a new graduate's first 52 weeks of qualified employment. But if the proposed credit were truly needed to encourage new graduates to work in designated regions, what would happen after the initial 52 weeks when the credit is no longer available? Why would incentives not be provided to other skilled workers who are not new graduates if the concern is skill shortages in these regions? Clearly, this type of measure cannot yield long-term benefits to regions, and I'm not even sure it would have an incremental impact in the short term, beyond reducing taxes for a selected group of workers. Another concern with the bill is that it does not make any attempt to target skill sets that are in short supply in a designated region, or could benefit from its development. This makes me question what the economic rationale is behind the bill. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to a concern regarding the definition of designated region. The credit is only provided to new graduates who take up work in a designated region, a term taken from the Regional Development and Incentives Act. The term refers to a region which, to quote this Act, existing opportunities for productive employment in a region are exceptionally inadequate. Mr. Speaker, the list of regions from this Act have not been updated in 20 years. This certainly does not reflect the current economic situation of Canada's regions. Let me give you two examples to support my point. On this list, the provinces of Saskatchewan and Manitoba are included in their entirety. Yet in October 2006, both provinces had unemployment rates 2 full percentage points below the national average, which is presently slightly above 6%. With facts like these, I find it hard to support the idea that these are regions with limited employment opportunities and that new graduates in these provinces should pay up to $8,000 less in federal income tax than those not working in designated regions. Mr. Speaker, this leads me to my next point, which concerns the significant inequities that would be created if Bill C-207 were adopted. The bill would create inequities in the tax system by discriminating between regions and groups of graduates. Graduates who finish their programs around the same time but who live in different regions could face entirely different income tax burdens during their first year of employment. As well, two graduates working in the same job and region, but whose graduation dates are a year apart, would also face an $8,000 gap in their respective tax burdens. This is patently unfair, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-207 proposes a tax credit that is also incredibly expensive. Estimates suggest that the credit could cost up to $600 million each year to the federal government. These are funds that would be taken away from other priorities, such as measures to help make the tax system fair, foster economic growth, and benefit all Canadians, regardless of where they work or live. I am aware that some provinces have credits, or in some cases tuition rebates, for new graduates who work in their home province or who relocate there. Saskatchewan, Quebec, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, most recently Manitoba have introduced these. Most of these measures are fairly recent, and there is no evidence to date that they have had an impact on graduates' choices of where to work. Yet Bill C-207 proposes to spend $600 million on a tax measure for which the outcome is completely uncertain. Mr. Speaker, the success of Canada's economy is well known by the members of this House. We have the strongest growth on record of the G7 since 1996, and we are currently enjoying the lowest unemployment rate in 30 years. Given the current economic climate, new graduates can generally find excellent opportunities to work in many parts of the country, including regions that the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafleur seeks to support with generous and unwarranted tax incentives. An efficient and effective labour market is necessary for a country to succeed in a highly competitive global economy. Workers must be able to pursue the best employment opportunities across the country and practice their occupation wherever those opportunities exist. But Bill C-207 strives for the opposite. It attempts to use the tax system to reduce labour mobility. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that all members of this House would agree that it's important to support the creation of economic opportunities all across Canada, opportunities that help to keep our best and brightest in this country. I'm sure all members of this House would also agree it's important to provide a helping hand to those who need support in joining the workforce. To attract the immigrants in Canada, we'll need the years ahead, and to provide our young people with the training and education opportunities they need to compete in a knowledge economy.
I'm sorry to inform the member, but the time for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 17th, 2006, I put a question to the Minister of Industry here in the House to ask him whether he was ready to set in place an aid program for the forest industry to compensate for all of the difficulties encountered by this industry following the litigation with the United States, and notwithstanding the softwood lumber agreement that the Bloc Québécois supported, even though it wasn't perfect, but preferable to dragging out the litigation because the businesses didn't have the financial capacity to continue. We felt that an aid program was necessary, and it would involve a number of measures, support for older workers because a number of them were laid off, and more have been laid off since. An economic diversity program for communities that live from forestry, some type of compensation for the workers, accelerated write-off of the equipment, financial compensation to support the forest road network, etc. And from the federal government, there was no action forthcoming to correct the situation. On January 22nd, 2007, a week before Parliament reconvened, the entire industry came to Ottawa and made demands similar to those made by the Bloc Québécois. They told the federal government, you don't seem to realize that the forest industry is experiencing an extreme crisis, that there are problems in certain provinces and there are problems with the United States because the prices have dropped and the pulp and paper industry is in trouble as well, and this has caused a domino effect on the rest of the forest industry, and they wanted some type of action. That same day when Ottawa had an option to help the forest industry, the president of the FTQ, Mr. Massé, and the leader of the Bloc Québécois held a press conference, a joint press conference, to ask for effective programs, and I quote the president of the FTQ. He said that we have been asking for a program for third and fourth processing and an energy program for sustainable development, tax credits and loans to help support forest industries, and there's nothing of that sort from the federal government, and zero when it comes to renewing technology or machinery or equipment. It's as if the government hasn't understood that the forest industry is in crisis. Thousands of jobs have been lost. People who worked in the industry but are having a hard time finding jobs elsewhere. There's nothing to help them, and I'd like to know whether or not the government will at least give us some inkling that in the next budget there will be some type of help for the forest industry. We worked on a report on the manufacturing sector, and this will be published shortly. It was a committee report, and we can't give you the details today because it's confidential, but it will be a very strong report, and I hope that the parliamentary secretary and the government will understand the messages that relate to the forestry industry. For some time now, the government has had an aid plan that was suggested by the Bloc, so I'd like to ask the government whether or not there will be measures to help the forestry industry because they are in great need of these measures.
Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, during question period on October 17, 2006, the Honourable Member from Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup raised the issue of federal support for the softwood lumber industry. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question because it gives this government yet another opportunity to show this House that this government is delivering on its commitments. From the outset, we committed to resolve the long-standing softwood lumber dispute. Less than 9 months after taking office, this government made good on its pledge. The softwood lumber agreement is supported by 2 countries, all lumber-producing provinces, and over 90% of the Canadian softwood producers. This historic agreement gives our producers stable, predictable access to the U.S. market. It ends years of costly litigation and brings economic certainty to companies, communities, and workers across Canada. It returns over $5 billion Canadian dollars in duty deposits to our softwood producers, a significant infusion of capital for the industry. In fact, virtually all of the duties are now in the hands of the producers. That's action, Mr. Speaker. Resolution of the softwood lumber dispute was a clear demonstration of our government's commitment to the industry. Canadians asked this government to come up with a resolution that provided stability for the industry and protected the livelihoods of workers, communities, and families, not only in Quebec, but across the country. Mr. Speaker, we have done this. Throughout the process to negotiate and implement this agreement, we made it abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker, that this government recognizes the importance of the forest products industry to the Canadian economy. We are keenly aware that there are still challenges facing the industry, but we're not just talking about these challenges, Mr. Speaker, like the members opposite. We are addressing them. As the honourable member will recall, we announced in Budget 2006 a $400 million investment to encourage the long-term competitiveness of the forest industry, to address the pine beetle infestation in Western Canada, and to assist worker adjustment. We're delivering on these commitments too, Mr. Speaker. On October 17th, the new government announced a new cost-shared program with the provinces and territories. The Targeted Initiative for Older Workers is a 2-year initiative that will be cost-shared with the provinces and territories and assist thousands of older workers. It addresses the needs of older workers who have lost their jobs in communities where the local economy is facing ongoing unemployment or where industries such as forestry are affected by downsizing and closures. Earlier this month, this government announced measures to fight the mountain pine beetle and address its impacts on forests and communities in British Columbia. We will work closely with the BC government to develop a comprehensive strategy to battle this infestation. It will include measures to stop the eastward spread of the beetle and to help affected communities develop new forest products, markets, industries, and services to ensure their long-term economic well-being. My honourable colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources, is working urgently to deliver on other measures to improve industry competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, this government has and will continue to support the Canadian forest industry. The actions that we have taken are continuing to make this clear. It's clear to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and it should be clear to the members opposite. Actions speak louder than words.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague when he says that the softwood lumber agreement was adopted because the Bloc Québécois supported the Conservative Party. In this House, the other parties voted against it, and had it not been for the Bloc's support, the agreement would not have been adopted by Parliament, and we would be in a terrible crisis today. But there's another aspect that's important, and that is that we need an aid program for older workers. You help people to find another job, that's fine, but 20% of the people who are laid off are too old to work in another industry. And the Conservative government has not helped these people by giving them some type of program to bridge the time between the layoff and their pension. And can the Parliamentary Secretary assure us that in the upcoming budget there will be concrete measures, such as the ones that were suggested by the Bloc Québécois in its action plan in September, so that this industry can finally regain its vitality and be competitive, because times are tough. The softwood lumber agreement means that the prices have dropped because the entire market is covered, taxes have to be paid, things are going to remain difficult. So will there be a specific plan to help the forestry industry, and will the government let us know at least during the budget?
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the Honourable Member's Party has reservations about the Older Workers Initiative. Just one short year ago, the Bloc Québécois put forth a motion that requested, among other measures, the creation of an adjustment program for older workers in the textile and apparel industries. Not only that, but in May 2006, the Honourable Member himself introduced 2 further motions, each which requested a program be created for older workers. Well, the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers, we have delivered on that, and more. We have delivered for older workers, not only in the forestry and apparel and textile industries, but anywhere there is a reliance on a single industry or employer. We have delivered a program to help them upgrade their skills, gain work experience, or receive career counseling. And we have delivered to the provinces and territories a program that offers them flexibility in identifying communities and projects under the initiative. This program could help up to 10,000 older workers develop new skills and find new jobs over the next 2 years so that they can continue to provide their invaluable expertise and experience to the Canadian workforce as well as their communities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. The House remains adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.